Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen, namaste. Might I just ask, having regard to what just happened, that all members take this opportunity to ensure that their devices are on silent.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received correspondence from Mrs. Camille Robinson-Regis, MP, member for Aruka Maloney, seeking leave of absence from today's sitting up until the 13th of November 2021. The leave which the member seeks is granted. Honourable members, correspondence has been received from the President of the Senate dated November 8, 2021, which states as follows. Dear Speaker, re-establishment of joint select committees. Reference is made to the subject at caption. At a sitting held on Friday, September 10, 2021, the Senate agreed to the following resolutions. 1. Be it resolved that the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020 be referred to a Joint Select Committee established to consider and report on the bill, and that this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the Joint Select Committee appointed in the first session 2020-2021 and report by Monday, January 31st, 2022. And 2, be it resolved that the Shipping Bill 2020 be referred to a Joint Select Committee established to consider and report on the bill, and that this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the Joint Select Committee appointed in the first session 2020-2021 and report by Monday, January 31st, 2022. Thereafter, at a sitting held on Friday, September 17th, 2021, the Senate agreed to the following resolution. Be it resolved that the following 6 members be appointed to serve on the following Joint Select Committees with an equal number from the House of Representatives. 1. The Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020. Mr. Clarence Rambarat, Ms. Yukima Bethelmi, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, Mr. Anil Roberts, Dr. Varma Dilal Singh, and Dr. Maria Dillon Remy. 2. The Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, Ms. Jerlene John, Mr. Dirup Timal, Ms. Shari Sipasad. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the House of Representatives be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience, please. Thank you. Respectfully, Senator the Honorable Christine Kangaloo, President of the Senate.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The notifications of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of the following persons for appointment as members of the Police Service Commission. 1. Retired Justice of Appeal, Judith Jones. 2. Ms. Maxine Atong. 3. Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani. 4. Ms. Maxine King. 5. Mr. Rajiv Prasad. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 6. The annual audited financial statements of National Enterprises Limited for the financial year ended March 31st, 2021. 7. The audited financial statements of Tourism Trinidad Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 8. The consolidated financial statements of the National Flour Mills Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2020. 9. The annual audited financial statements of the Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2020. 10. The annual audited financial statements of the Point Lisas Industrial Port Development Corporation Limited for the financial year ended December 11, 2020. 11. The audited financial statements of the National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. 12. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Police Complaints Authority for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 13. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the statement of recovery of expenses of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs for the year ended December 31st, 2020. 14. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2010. 15. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30, 2011. 16. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2012. 17. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the follow-up report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, Exim Bank Limited, for the financial year 2012 to 2017. 18. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the second report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Vehicle Management Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years 2013 to 2014. 19. The report on the sixth withdrawal in the amount of US $100 million from the Trinidad and Tobago Heritage and Stabilization Fund in accordance with Section 15A3 of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund Act, Chapter 7009, as amended for the period July 2021. And 25, the value-added tax amendment to Schedule 2, Number 2, Order 2021. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that papers 6 to 11 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and papers 12 to 16 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that papers 6 to 11 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and papers 12 to 16 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lead the following papers. Paper number 20, the annual administrative report of the Invest TT Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2019. Paper number 21, the administrative report of the National Flour Mills Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2019. Paper number 22, the annual administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards for the year ended September 30th, 2018. Paper number 23, the annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year ended 2017. Paper number 24, the annual administrative report of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for the fiscal year 2020. Thank you.
Reports from committees.
Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following reports. 1, the first report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 25th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements and internal controls of the National Lotteries Control Board, NLCB, for the years 2008 to 2012. 2, the second report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2020. And 3, the third report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 22nd report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2010 to 2016. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following reports. 1, the first report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, a summary of inquiries undertaken during the 11th Parliament for the period 2015 to 2020. 2, the second report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the efficiency of the delivery of services to the public by the regional health authorities and a follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations presented in the Welsh report. 3, the third report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations of the 24th report of the PAAC on the examination into the processing of the payment of pensions and gratuities of retired public officers and contracted employees. 4, the interim report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the response of the public authorities to the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Health, in light of the reports in the press today of a, and I quote, crippling ambulance service, end of quote, will the Minister indicate what measures are being put in place to augment the complement of ambulances and related human resources in light of the extreme demand occasioned by the current worrying COVID spike?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, we have taken decisive action since the start of the pandemic to manage the healthcare system. In the case of the ambulance service, where GMRTT has a functioning fleet of 48, we are working with them to bring more of their ambulance fleet into operation. At the level of the RHAs, which also has a fleet of approximately 50 ambulances, we have pressed into service about 12 out of that 50 for COVID, which represents about 24% or more of that. But just as this is a multifactorial problem, the solutions are also to be found not only in ambulances, but in how we transfer patients from an ambulance to an A&E. We have stepped up our capacity at the A&E to treat patients who are now delaying coming into our healthcare facilities, and they are coming in severely ill. So we are actually managing some of these patients in our A&Es at an ICU level. with ventilators and so on. What we are doing and have done is separated our A&Es for isolation units, so these COVID-19 positive patients could be more quickly transferred from an ambulance into an A&E setting. In addition, if you look at the whole process mapping, from calling ambulance, A&E ward, ICU, we have also increased our ICU capacity, contrary to what your leader said last night, from 35 to 60, and almost 100% increase. We have done that. So that will also help. But what is critical, and the country must understand this, the solution is not in more resources, more ambulances. The solution is in vaccination. Now, let me give you the figures. At the A&E this morning...
Minister,
thank you.
Your speaking time is now spent. Member for Faisal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you indicated that GMRTT has 48 ambulances and they intend to commission more ambulances into service. Can you give an indication of how many and perhaps how soon that will happen?
Thank you. So at any one time of GMRTT's fleet, which they have about 48 to 50 in service, you will have about 18 ambulances because these are physical assets that need to maintain, down for routine maintenance or unplanned maintenance. So we are working with them, and that's why we have pressed into service some of our ambulance in the RHAs. And as I close, Madam Speaker, the solution in this is not more of this, more of this. Let me give you the statistics. 48 out of 52 persons in our ICU right now are unvaccinated. And that is the solution for vaccinations. 7 in our ICUs, in our A&Es right now this morning, 7 waiting for transport are unvaccinated. So, Madam Speaker, the problems are multifactorial, but the solutions are also multifactorial. We are building out more capacity, but we must urge the population, that unvaccinated part of the population, to assist us by being vaccinated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Orupuchis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Member for Orupuchis no longer wish to ask the question. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Minister, should an ambulance's oxygen supply be consumed by a response, how long does it take to replenish this supply and get the ambulance back into service?
Minister Fetz.
Thank you. So let me state categorically, because the opposition has this way of whipping this oxygen matter. Trinidad and Tobago has never, ever, ever run out of oxygen at any time in this global pandemic. But the opposition keeps whipping this up, whether it's in an ambulance, on an A&E, in a ward. There has never been any delay. The ambulance turnaround time, which is mainly predicated on sanitization, is anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on the type of response they made. And that applies to all consumables, inclusive of oxygen. And let me say again, Trinidad and Tobago has never, ever come even remotely close to running out of oxygen. Thank you very much.
Member for Kuva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of National Security, in light of the recent fire on the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, will the Minister inform this House whether there is only one functional fire tender and a non-functional hazardous materials truck housed on the Kuva South Savanata Fire Station?
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am able to accurately advise this Honorable House that 2 appliances, a fire tender and a hazardous material truck with appropriate personnel led by the Chief Fire Officer were at the scene of the fire referred to by my learned friend. However, there was no need as determined by these professionals to apply or to use the hazardous material fire tender. And I am presently awaiting a more fulsome report on the entire incident from the Chief Fire Officer. I thank you.
Vassal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Minister waits on this fulsome report, could the Minister inform this House if the fire officers who responded to this particular fire did not have any breathing apparatus suits and fully encapsulated suits when they arrived on the scene?
Minister of National Security.
I had the report I have just read from the Chief Fire Officer, the authority under our law to deal with this matter, and he reported no such thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, could you inform this House, given that there are over 103 companies on the estate involved in the production of petrochemicals, that if you have been advised by the Fire Service Association that there should be no less than 5 appliances, inclusive of 2 hazardous material trucks, 1 water tender, 1 emergency tender, and, as I said, fully encapsulated suits and breathing apparatus for crews responding to fires on the estate?
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, while for good and obvious reasons we work cordially with the Fire Service Association, I take directions and collaborate on these matters with the Chief Fire Officer, and I'm satisfied that my friend's submission is outside of the pale, perhaps the workings of his mind. No such thing was reported.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, in light of recent reports that thousands of blank food card forms are being signed by secretaries of the Tobago House of Assembly without the established guidelines, will the Minister inform this House if a forensic audit will be launched into such action?
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Madam Speaker, this is a matter for the THA, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. It has nothing to do with this.
Member for Couva South.
Sir, so you are telling this House that the THA, which gets its financial support from the central government of Trinidad and Tobago, of which you are the line minister as it relates to the distribution of food cards, you are not concerned about the wanton abuse and wastage of taxpayers' money?
Member, that question is out of order. It did not flow from the question and the answer.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 6 questions for oral answer. I believe 2 have been withdrawn. That leaves 4 for oral answer. They will all be answered. There are 5 questions for written reply. The answers have been laid with the clerk and will be circulated. Thank you.
So just to advise members, questions 14 and 15 have been withdrawn by the member for Naparima. Member from Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 1 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Economies across the world continue to face severe economic and financial challenges as a result of COVID-19. Trinidad and Tobago, like every other country in the world, has been negatively impacted, and the government adopted measures to contain the spread of this deadly virus while simultaneously establishing a safety net for the most vulnerable households and businesses. It is understood that the public health measures would have had some negative social, financial, and economic effects. And therefore, in the 2022 budget presentation, the following measures were outlined, which will be implemented to assist the business community. Firstly, the recapitalization of the Exim Bank to improve the manufacturing sector's access to foreign exchange, and the establishment of a catalytic fund for export-oriented manufacturing and services sector companies. Secondly, the facilitation of timely releases of VAT refunds to address and improve businesses' liquidity and cash flow challenges. Thirdly, an enhancement of the medium and small enterprise loan guarantee program, with the government guaranteeing 100% of the principal borrowed, extending coverage for the purchase of fixed assets, including purchase of a variety of assets, but excluding residential property and financial assets and products, increasing the repayment period from 5 to 7 years, and allowing a 24-month moratorium on principal payments. So that is the SME Phase 2 program. Fourthly, providing $50 million in professional services and support to SMEs in the areas of accounting services, record keeping, training, management, inventory control, health and safety measures, assistance to ensure the meeting of statutory obligations, thereby strengthening businesses for growth and to become exporters on the international stage. Acceleration of the implementation of the National Quality Policy for adherence to international standards and technical regulations and the accreditation of testing and certification facilities, allowing for improvements in production capacity and the promotion of new and niche exports. Sixthly, the enhancement of the human resource capacity in the manufacturing sector through the development of a national vocational training strategy modeled along the German vocational education and training system, which would create skilled employees for the manufacturing sector. Additionally, the negotiation and expansion of trade agreements focusing on Central and Latin America, the wider Caribbean, the Asian economies, and Africa to improve market access and expand export growth to traditional and non-traditional markets. Additionally, the amendment of the Immigration Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act to expand the categories eligible for free movement from 5 to 10, affording nationals the opportunity to seek employment and live in participating CARICOM member states and vice versa. The free movement of persons will allow the business community access to skilled and unskilled human resources that are required to fill gaps, expand operational capacity, and facilitate post-pandemic innovation and growth. Additionally, the establishment in collaboration with the University of the West Indies and business entities an innovation incubator project to provide a space where young entrepreneurs can get advice and help one another to commercialize ideas. Additionally, the establishment of a special economic zone authority to regulate economic activity through formulating standards and prescribing codes of practice, developing modern infrastructure to attract direct foreign investment and stimulate domestic investment, and promote economic development and advancement of further diversification of the economy. Additionally, the merger of Invest TT and Export TT to establish the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency for centralizing coordination of trade and foreign direct investment activities and ensuring institutional arrangements are to international best practice standards. Additionally, establishing a fintech hub to facilitate investment opportunities focused on developing local capabilities for export potential and providing greater opportunities for startups and for players to develop and scale their operations. This hub will significantly increase the number of entrepreneurs who will
Minister
successfully...
Finance,
Thank
your
you,
time
Madam
is now
Speaker.
spent.
Thank you.
Member for Miaro.
Minister, thank you very much for the response, but there was no mention made on the role of the commercial banks in easing some of that burden of the SMEs. In light of the billion-dollar profits that are being reported by these banks, do you see a role for commercial banks in assisting easing that burden to the small and medium-sized business sector in Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister of Finance.
The question specifically asked about the measures that the government would implement, but I would like to remind honourable members opposite that the Small and Medium Enterprise Phase 2 Government Guaranteed Loan Program has an interest rate of 0. It is the softest loan I have ever seen, with a 7-year repayment period, a 2-year moratorium, and government guarantee of 100%. That is a direct measure being taken by the government. In addition, the central bank, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, continuously looks at loan portfolios, asks commercial banks to exercise forbearance, has reduced the repo rate and the requirement for reserves at the central bank, thus reducing interest rates, and the government will continue to monitor all of these matters to see what needs to be done and what can be done to assist businesses. For the last year, we have been having collaborative meetings with the private sector, with the central bank, to determine how we can improve access to credit for enterprises, especially small and medium enterprises, and we will continue with this focus in the coming year.
Member for Miari.
Minister of Finance, after all of that you've just explained, why would you account for the low participation rate of small and micro enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago in these government programs? What would account for that?
Member Miaro, I rule your question out of order. Doesn't relate either to the question or the answer.
Like you.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 2 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government monitors the market for foreign exchange on a regular basis and takes appropriate action as and when required. In this context, 3 new special purpose windows for foreign exchange have been established by the government within recent years. In the first instance, a window has been made available at the central bank for state enterprises to meet some of their forex demands to ensure that the supply of essential goods and services to the population is not interrupted. This provides access to forex for entities such as the Water and Sewerage Authority, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, TSTT, ParlView Trading, and so on. In addition, 2 other special purpose forex windows have been established at the Exim Bank, one for the importation of essential goods such as basic foods and pharmaceuticals, and the other for the importation by export manufacturers of raw materials and equipment. These 3 facilities provide forex on a targeted and structured basis and are outside of and in addition to the regular injections of forex by the central bank into the commercial banking system. It should be noted that in accordance with sections 5 and 6 of the Exchange Control Act, the central bank has adopted the role of maintaining orderly conduct in and stability of the domestic foreign exchange market. To achieve this role, the bank routinely sells foreign exchange to authorized dealers in the market to meet excess demand by covering the net sales gap. Over the period January to October 2021, the net sales gap was US $843.1 million, representing an 11.9% decline from the previous period. As such, the central bank sales of US $1,012.1 million to authorized dealers supported the market over the reference period. I repeat, the net sales gap was $843 million, and the central bank injected $1.012 billion. This intervention enabled authorized dealers to meet demand as foreign currency sales by authorized dealers to the public rose by 6.5% to US $3.992.9 million over the January to October 2021 period, relative to the same period a year prior. Further, the central bank engages in frequent dialogue with authorized dealers with a view to gaining a better understanding of emerging developments in the forex market and improving the effectiveness of its intervention program. As mentioned previously, the government also provides access to forex through 3 US dollar foreign exchange facilities at the Exim Bank. And I repeat, this ensures that state enterprises, exporters and importers of essential goods are able to access the required foreign exchange essential for their operations. Access to foreign exchange through these special facilities grew from US $209 million in 2017 to US $575 million in 2020. During the January to October 2021 period, access to this facility, or these facilities, totaled US $524 million, which led to the total intervention combined of US $1,536 million in the forex market for the first 10 months of this year.
After the exhaustive explanation, I've gotten the impression that there is no shortage of forex. But what would account, Minister, for the fact that non-business clients and business SMEs, they are subjected to no forex at the bank, or sometimes $100 to $200 a day only impacting business, Minister?
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I can't account for the thought process of the member opposite. As I indicated, the government continues to monitor the market and to make forex available on a regular basis. Thank you.
Member.
Can you say that the commercial banks are purposely, if there's no shortage, purposely stifling the access of US currency to businesses in this country?
Member for Miaro, I rule your question out of order in accordance with Standing Order 29, 6 and 7. Member for Cuba South. Member for Miaro.
Speaker, question number 3 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question is asking about what the government is doing to procure pharmaceuticals from India to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals to the consumer. Surprising, because this is based on a false premise. Trinidad and Tobago registered 1969 drugs from India. As at November 8, 2021, there are over 2,000 pharmaceutical items registered from India, accounting for 18% of the total drugs registered in Trinidad and Tobago. So why ask the question? For the fiscal year 2021, 11.52% of the total purchased pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals came from India at a value of 55.56 million TT dollars. I must reiterate, Madam Speaker, that India is a major supplier of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals within the global market. In this regard, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has always taken the approach to obtain the best value for money in the procurement of these items, whether it be from India or any other country. The registration of pharmaceutical items according to key therapeutic areas for items imported from India includes, but are not limited to, the following therapeutic areas: antihypertensives, antidiabetics, immunosuppressants, antibiotics and anti-infectives, anti-asthmatics, antipsychotics, depressants, cytotoxics used in chemotherapy and oral chemotherapy agents, anti-inflammatory and anesthetic medicines, cardiovascular medicines, anticoagulants, HIV/AIDS treatment. And may I add, many of these are available free to the consumer via CEDA program, which is a PNM program. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For Miaro.
Madam Speaker, Minister, many of the drugs that you've called out there, many of them are in short supply. And I wanted just to find out, based on the conversation at the recent trade meeting where the Minister of Trade highlighted several opportunities for manufacturers, is there any intention of you and your government to look at inviting Indian pharmaceutical manufacturers into the country to bring more products to the market and to ease whatever burden that there might be at some point in time? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, again, the question is based on a false premise. And you know what is surprising? The member owns a pharmacy in Mayaro, you know. So he knows all of this. You are supposed to declare your interest. You own a pharmacy, and you know all of this, but you will stand here and not declare your interest. So the question has to be, whose interest is the member of Mayaro pursuing here today by asking this question? And that is a serious, serious conflict of interest. And further, any country or manufacturer that wants to do business in Trinidad and Tobago They could apply to InvestTT, Ministry of Trade, and if we have to provide regulatory support and others, we will do that. But it is shocking that this member who owns a pharmacy is asking me and the government what we are doing to bring in drugs from India. Blatant conflict of interest.
Member for Oropouche East. Please continue, sir. Member for Naparima.
The Minister of Health in Barbados is pursuing discussions with the government of India to establish pharmaceutical firms in Barbados.
Member.
And are we doing the same?
Member, I rule your question out of order in accordance with Standing Order 29. Member for Mian.
Just for the record, the businesses are registered on the family business, and I represent pharmacies all over Trinidad and Tobago as a member of Parliament. Their interest, because they are citizens as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Number 13 to the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In order to provide care, protection, and rehabilitation to vulnerable children and their families, the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago requires a workforce that is suitably qualified and competent. Therefore, the organization has a recruitment and selection process which seeks to attract candidates who possess the values, knowledge, abilities, attributes, and skill-building potential to work with children and their families. A significant aspect of the authority's recruitment process is the use of selection tools, which include face-to-face interviews, psychometric testing, simulations, pre-employment checks, reference checks, and security vetting. The selection tools are best practice within the child protection sector, and by utilizing this planned and structured approach, the authority is able to minimize the risk of appointing someone unsuitable, while at the same time selecting the right person for the role. It must be noted that it is difficult to determine a person's predisposition to abuse, and accurate psychometric tools to detect such a propensity are still in development. However, the authority plans to introduce the Child Abuse Potential Inventory along with a personality assessment inventory to add to the series of selection tools. The authority will also develop the Child Protection Competency Framework, which will enhance the recruitment and selection process. The implementation of both tools is in alignment with one of the authority's strategic priorities outlined in its strategic plan 2020 to 2023 for sustainable institutional strengthening. While the Child Abuse Potential Inventory is a caretaker report measure developed to estimate the risk of a parent physically abusing a child, it evaluates respondents on distress, rigidity, unhappiness, problems with child and self, problems with family, and problems with others. The Personality Assessment Inventory, on the other hand, tests personality and psychopathology, which can also be used in personnel selection. The government, through the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs, will continue to collaborate and work closely with the authority as we seek to defend and support child rights and make child protection everybody's business. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Naparima.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your comprehensive response. And I'd just like to know whether there are continuous psychometric assessment of staff to determine the appropriateness for working with children in the Children's Authority.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. However, as I would have indicated in my response, it is difficult, even with all the tools, to determine and detect someone's propensity to abuse. Thank you.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers, personal explanations, introduction of bills, the miscellaneous provisions establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and Borough of Siparia Bill 2021 in the name of the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Summary Courts Amendment Bill 2021 in the name of the Attorney General. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the resolution of the House on Wednesday, September 15th, 2021, in relation to the speaking time during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, I beg to move that for debate on the motion to approve the notifications of the members of the Police Service Commission only, that the speaking time be as follows. The mover, 45 minutes. The first responder, 45 minutes. All of the speakers, 20 minutes. And the mover in reply, 30 minutes, all with no extension. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that for the debate on the motion to approve the notifications of the members of the Public Service Commission only, that the speaking time be as followed. The mover, 45 minutes. The responder, 45 minutes. All other speakers, 20 minutes. And the mover in reply, 30 minutes, all with no extensions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Section 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, the Act, provides that the President shall, after consultation with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition, nominate persons who are qualified and experienced in the disciplines of law, finance, sociology, or management to be appointed as members of the Police Service Commission. And whereas Section 122(4) of the Act provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated for appointment under subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the President has issued notifications in respect of the nomination of the following persons for appointment as members of the Service Commission. That is the Police Service Commission. Retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones. 2, Ms. Maxine Atong. 3, Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani. 4, Ms. Maxine King, and 5, Mr. Rajiv Prasad. And whereas the said notifications were laid in the House of Representatives on Wednesday, November 10th, 2021, and whereas it is expedient to approve the notifications, be it resolved that the notifications for the nomination of retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones, Ms. Maxine Atong, Mr. Ian Kevin Ramnarine, Ms. Maxine King, and Mr. Rajiv Prasad as members of the Police Service Commission be approved. Madam Speaker, It is common knowledge that in Trinidad and Tobago, in recent weeks, the Police Service Commission is without membership. And as head of the government, Madam Speaker, I gave the assurance to the country that as soon as the President would have done what is required by law, as I have just described, the government will move expeditiously to ensure that this situation be resolved by the appointment or by the Parliament treating with the President's notification. And that is precisely what we are doing here today, Madam Speaker, in the most expeditious of ways. Madam Speaker, as you would have noted, I can point out, Madam Speaker, that on the 12th of October, the President identified for notification a person experienced and qualified in the discipline of law, and that person was in the form of retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones. On same date, Madam Speaker, the President identified Ms. Maxine Atong as a person who is qualified and experienced in the disciplines of finance and management for appointment to the Police Service Commission. On the 15th of October, the President identified for notification Mr. Ian Kevin Ramnarine, who is a person qualified and experienced. Sorry, my apologies, Madam Speaker. Ramdani, not Ramnarine. Ramdani. My apologies to the members. Ian Kevin Ramdani. And Mr. Ramdani is qualified and experienced in the discipline of sociology. And he is put forward to us for service on the Police Service Commission. On the 20th of October, Madam Speaker, the President identified Ms. Maxine King, who is a person experienced and qualified in the disciplines of finance and management. And on the 29th of October, the President identified Mr. Rajiv Prasad as a person experienced and disciplined in law and is advanced for service on the Police Service Commission. Madam Speaker, I have been consulted on these persons and others throughout my career as Prime Minister and I dare say as opposition leader. And I am proud to say, Madam Speaker, particularly as Prime Minister, I have made it my priority to ensure that I respond to the President as required by the Constitution when I am consulted on matters of this nature. This situation being no different, I was consulted and the President, in her exercise, came up with these names after the process of consultation, and I am pleased to say, Madam Speaker, that a finer crop of qualified persons could hardly have been advanced for the service on this commission, bringing these skills and experience to offer public service in a time when, Madam Speaker, most persons in Trinidad and Tobago, especially persons who are comfortably placed, like these people are, such persons are reluctant, hesitant to offer themselves or to accept offerings to positions to serve in the public domain, largely because they are fearful or want nothing to do with being pilloried simply because they have agreed to provide public service within the confines of their skills and experience. Madam Speaker, many persons would tell you that they also would not accept offers for public service or invitations to public service because of the tedious arrangements in place for qualifying under the requirements of the Integrity Commission. Or, Madam Speaker, that by and large, public service is a thankless job. So I am grateful that these 5 people have agreed to take the responsibility for providing the country at the level of the Police Service Commission with the management and skills that are required to ensure that there is a functioning Police Service Commission to do what a Police Service Commission is required to do. And Madam Speaker, if I spend a minute or two indicating the level of qualifications that is before us, and let me just point out, Madam Speaker, as we have called the names of these people who have offered themselves and have found favor with the selection process of Her Excellency the President, that this motion, Madam Speaker, is a motion to identify the qualified persons by virtue of the skills outlined in the Constitution there. And these are not substantive motions with respect to the persons themselves in the House, because as you know, Madam Speaker, such persons are not here in this House to defend themselves from any allegation or accusation, frivolous or otherwise. It is simply, Madam Speaker, that they carry with them the requisite qualification and experience, and most importantly, that willingness to provide public service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and particularly to the police service, which requires it at this time more than ever. Justice Jones served as a judge in Trinidad and Tobago's judiciary on the Court of Appeal from June 2015 to September 2020. Prior to that, Madam Speaker, she was a High Court judge for many, many years, and she is also a director of Mediation Services Limited. She has been involved with the Legal Aid and Advisory Authority of Trinidad and Tobago from 1996 to 2002, and she has been an attorney at law in private practice from December 1978 to January 2004. Madam Speaker, she holds an honors degree from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, and a legal education certificate from the Hugh Wooding Law School in 1967, and a mediation certificate from the University of South Florida. And she has served on a number of committees and boards and has taken part in a series of expert meetings. Madam Speaker, she is eminently qualified to bring what is required to any Police Service Commission at any time. We thank her for her willingness to serve. Madam Speaker, with respect to Ms. Maxine Atong, she has a BSc in accounting from the University of the West Indies and a master's in organizational development. She's a Gestalt perspective leading and management change in a volatile world from Middlesex University. That's her MSc presentation. And as far as professional certificates are concerned, Madam Speaker, she is a professional certified coach. She's involved in evidence-based coach from Fielding University training, a certified professional management accountant. She's a member of the Society of Management of Accountants in Ontario, a certified professional facilitator, a qualified quality manager and management of excellence, American Society of Quality. And Madam Speaker, she is the trainer expert from the Arthur Luckjack Graduate School of the UWI. Madam Speaker, she has volunteered in a number of situations in the Trinidad and Tobago Human Resource Association. She was the president at one time, treasurer of the Girl Guides of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, Her work experience is quite extensive, and also her public service. So, Madam Speaker, here again is a person from the private sector who is willing to contribute some portion of her very valuable time and experience to serve on the Police Service Commission. I thank her for her willingness to serve. Madam Speaker, Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani is also, he is currently proceeding with his studies for PhD in social policy at the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies at the University of the West Indies, being the holder of a Master's of Science in Sociology from the same university at the St. Augustine campus. Madam Speaker, he also holds a Bachelor of Sociology and Management Studies with a double major, and he is in high demand in that area of sociology. He's an assessor. He also has a professional training in Assessor Training, National Training Agency or the Ministry of Education, and he has a series of satisfactorily concluded professional employment record. Too long to list here this afternoon, Madam Speaker, otherwise it will take us up in all the allotted time. Suffice it to say, Madam Speaker, that he's eminently qualified in the field of sociology, and once again, he is a citizen who is willing to serve, and Madam Speaker, on behalf of those of us in this House, at least, and though on my side, we thank him for his willingness. Madam Speaker, Ms. Maxine King, also highly qualified in the area of finance and management. She holds a Master's in Business Administration, a Master's in Accounting, and a Bachelor of Science in Management Studies and Industrial Management Options. Madam Speaker, we could not ask for a more qualified person given the job that is expected to be done at the Police Service Commission. We thank her for her willingness to serve. Madam Speaker, Mr. Rajiv Prasad, a lawyer who is fairly well known and quite widely well known in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Rajiv Prasad brings the discipline of law to the Commission. He's an attorney at law in private practice since 1997 to 2021. He was the Vice President of the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago in 2017 to 2019 and 2021. He was an acting High Court judge of the Supreme Court of Montserrat in 2020. He was an acting High Court judge of the Supreme Court of the British Virgin Islands in 2019. He was an acting High Court judge of the Supreme Court of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in May 2014. An acting High Court judge in the Supreme Court of Grenada in 2013, and an acting High Court judge of the Supreme Court of Trinidad and Tobago in 2009 to 2010. He was also the Deputy Chairman of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago 2015 to 2018. Madam Speaker, such a person so well qualified, we are lucky to have him agreeing to serve on the Police Service Commission. So, Madam Speaker, these 5 people, 5 distinguished citizens, having offered themselves to serve on the Police Service Commission, I have every confidence that they will bring the quality of their qualification and their experience to bear on any and all issues concerning the Police Service Commission, which today this House is being asked to accept and fill vacancies which exist. And on that basis, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Whereas Section 122(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, the Act, provides that the President shall, after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, nominate persons who are qualified and experienced in the disciplines of law, finance, sociology, or management to be appointed as members of the Police Service Commission. And whereas Section 122(4) of the Act provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated for appointment under subsection 3 and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the President has issued notifications in respect of the nomination of the following persons for appointment as members of the Police Service Commission: 1. Retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones. 2. Ms. Maxine Atong. 3. Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani. 4. Ms. Maxine King. And 5. Mr. Rajiv Prasad. And whereas the said notifications were laid in the House of Representatives on Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. And whereas it is expedient to approve the notifications, be it resolved that the notifications for the nomination of 1. Retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones. 2. Ms. Maxine Atong. 3. Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani. 4. Ms. Maxine King. And 5. Mr. Rajiv Prasad as members of the Police Service Commission be approved. Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join in the debate with respect to the motion to approve members of the Police Service Commission. Madam, I wish to place on record, as Leader of the Opposition, certain concerns which I think would be important to your good self and to all right-thinking persons in our country. I think we need to place into context from which my concerns arise. The Honourable Prime Minister has piloted a motion asking us to consider notifications issued by Her Excellency the President of 5 nominees for appointment under Section 122 of our Constitution as members of the Police Service Commission. I want to emphasize that the consideration of these nominees for appointment is a constitutional function and therefore of high constitutional importance. That very said Section 122 of our Constitution imposes on us as members of this House a duty to consider the names, to deliberate, to debate, and finally to signify our approval or disapproval of these nominees by a vote. Further, Madam Speaker, we would want to consider these names in the context of recognizing the importance of the Police Service Commission. So there's no point in approving nominees without putting it into the context of the importance of a Police Service Commission. This is a constitutional institution established by, in Chapter 9 of the Constitution, establishes a Police Service Commission, sets out the way in which persons can serve, the qualifications that they must have, and the fact that they can only be removed in certain circumstances. We have witnessed, as the Prime Minister said, at a time when for the first time, I think in our history, there is no Police Service Commission. And the ramifications of that has been that there is no Commissioner of Police and no acting Commissioner of Police as well. So it is very important that we understand the functions that these nominees would have to fill, a very important constitutional functions. And this is where, in this honorable chamber, no one can deny it is important business that we are engaged in, the people's business. Why is it important, Madam Speaker? Because the Police Service Commission is extremely important in our constitutional structure. Their functions are laid out in the Constitution, Chapter 9. The functions of this commission, main function, and I was part of that process where the appointment and the whole TTPS and management of it, where there was a division, dissection, if you may call it, when it is that the TTPS would be managed by a commissioner of police and his deputies and other assistants in there, and whereas the Police Service Commission was given the primary function of appointment or making recommendations for the appointment of a commissioner and a deputy commissioner of police. That is their core and primary function. So they will appoint following the due process laid out in the Constitution, that is to recommend to Her Excellency President. President will then send notifications here to be approved or disapproved. So the Police Service Commission, their functions include, under the Constitution, to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, to make appointments on promotion and to confirm appointments, to remove from office and exercise disciplinary control over persons holding or acting in offices specified in Section 123, Paragraph E, to monitor the efficiency and effectiveness of the discharge of their functions, to prepare an annual performance appraisal report in such form as may be prescribed by the Police Service Commission, respecting and for the information of the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police, and to hear and determine appeals from decisions of the Commissioner of Police or of any person to whom the powers of the Commissioner of Police have been delegated in relation to appointments and promotion as a result of disciplinary proceedings brought against a police officer appointed by the COP, the Commissioner of Police. So this is a commission that will select persons whose names will be brought before Parliament through the Office of the President to be confirmed to be appointed as Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner. And when we look at the powers of the Deputy Commissioner and the Commissioner of Police, again, we see very important constitutional functions vest in these offices, and that we should take note of them. So the Constitution vests in the COP significant powers, including the complete power to manage the Police Service Commission and to ensure that the human, financial, and material resources of the service are used in an efficient and effective manner. And this is again mandated by the Constitution, Section 123A. Section 123A2 of that Constitution, the powers of the Commission to appoint persons who hold or act in an office of the Police Service Commission or transfer any officer, remove from office, exercise disciplinary power over police officers. And even where the powers of the Commissioner may be exercised by a designate, it is the Commissioner of Police himself who must authorize that designate. Without a Commissioner or acting Commissioner, duties and functions simply cannot be exercised. And we are seeing that happening now, Madam Speaker. I will not go into details of that, but we do have that situation. Certain functions of the TTPS cannot be handled because there is no Commissioner or no acting Commissioner. In the current state of emergency that we find ourselves in, the Commissioner is the only officer who can, for example, vary curfew times, authorize curfew exemptions, exercise certain other powers to ensure protection of public health, public safety, and so on. And we could look at the emergency regulations that were promulgated by the government. The Commissioner is also authorized to issue permits for protests. I think there was a little protest outside. There's no Commissioner, so who is going to give that authority during this period where there's no Commissioner to give permission? There was one outside, it was broken up by the police. Under Section 112 of the Summary Offences Act, this is where there's no Commissioner, no acting Commissioner, and therefore our constitutional rights are even more severely curtailed by the absence of the Commissioner. It means no consideration will be given to citizens' rights to protest, and even further incursion on fundamental rights. Again, the Commissioner of Police is only one of 3 persons, Madam, in our country by law, authorized to intercept communications in the interest of national security. Over the past several years, we have seen where reports of the interception of communication, annual reports, for the period 2012 to 2017, and I give these because this is the data that we have, there have been over 2 million interceptions authorized by a Commissioner of Police. So again, a very important function to be exercised by the Commissioner of Police and or his designate, but if he's not there, he cannot designate anyone. So that aspect too of national security has been severely hampered, where interceptions can be done to pursue, to get information on criminal activity and thereby work towards trying to put a brake on more criminal activity. The International Interception Act, which is not yet proclaimed, deals with criminal proceedings, proceedings under the Proceeds of Crime Act, proceedings under the Extradition Act, proceedings under the Anti-Terrorism Act, proceedings under the Civil Asset Recovery and Management Unexplained Wealth Act. So net effect of this, madam, is that the COP can authorize communication to be intercepted in furtherance of any of the 5 circumstances. But again, no Commissioner of Police, and therefore we are seeing an upsurge in criminal activity, in fact, and that may be partly due to the fact that there is no head of the TTPS, a lawful head of the TTPS. Also, the Commissioner is authorized to grant a license, certificates, permits under the Firearms Act. And then we have the Pepper Spray Act, madam. Again, that has not been implemented in spite of all the hot air and the talk that has come. And there's numerous other functions for the Commissioner of Police. So here we are. Prime Minister mentioned, we must do this expeditiously, and these are some of the reasons why, yes, expedition is important and essential, so that we can put a Police Service Commission in place so they can carry on with their core function, which is to make recommendations for a commissioner and a deputy commissioner. But whilst we do that, madam, it is important that we don't lose sight of the fact that whomever is placed there, the nominees, that we must be assured, the public must have that trust that there will be independence of the police service. Independence. And that independence will stem starting at the top, the body that is responsible for making the recommendations to appoint the head of the police service. That is the Police Service Commission. We must be cognizant of the fact that the officers of COP and Deputy Commissioner, they wield enormous powers. And the persons expected to exercise those powers independently of any political directorate and must appear to be beyond the reach of the government of the day. So in consideration, in this debate and elsewhere, I'm sure, we must pay heed to the fact that what we want to do is to put persons in place on this commission who will be fiercely independent. And that has been the locus classicus of this whole concept of the independence of service commissions. Madam, you may be well familiar, being an attorney yourself. We must remind ourselves of the warning of Lord Diplock in the landmark case of Endell Thomas and AG, and this locus classicus has been followed in several other judgments in our jurisdiction and elsewhere. It is at chapter 9 of our, then chapter 8, when Lord Diplock spoke, was chapter 8 of our Constitution, now it's chapter 9, which sets out a whole structure and function and powers, etc., of service commissions, and applies to the one that we are now seeking to approve nominees for. And what Lord Diplock said in that landmark case was that he pointed to the dangers of a police service that is exposed to political pressure and political interference, becoming the private army of the party with the majority of the seats in the House. It was because of what can only be described as a bullying and tyranny of the majority, which forms the government of the day, that the constitutional device of the service commissions was employed. This is coming from Lord Diplock and that judgment. Indeed, that is the case with the Police Service Commission being one of these protected, supposed to be independent institutions. The idea was that of institutional independence, a Police Service Commission that is left to perform its core functions without fear, intimidation, or pressure from the government or anyone else. A Police Service Commission must be free from any suggestion of bias or partisanship, or indeed the appearance of any bias or political sympathies. This is where we seek to go when we want to set up the members of a Police Service Commission. So therefore, Madam Speaker, in this context, this wider context, I would say respectfully, that is why the exercise of scrutinizing nominees of potential members of the Commission is vitally important, vitally important. There is a saying that one bad orange spoils the whole heap. or the whole basket. There is yet another saying that the fruit of a poisoned tree will itself be poisoned. And to put it simply, the outcomes of the process of selection of nominees for the commissioner and deputy commissioner will only be as good and as fair as the commission which undertakes the exercise to make the recommendations. The public must have the utmost confidence in the fairness of members of the PSC, Service Commission Police, in order to have confidence in their selections. Those members cannot be seen as tools of government, or somehow beholden or dependent, or appear to be beholden or dependent on the ruling party for business, for stipends, for favors, for appointments, or awards. And therefore, that is the scrutiny we intend to engage in as we look at the persons being put forward. These members, then, it naturally follows that the level of trust and confidence that is placed by the public in those offices of commissioner and deputy commissioner directly correlate to the wider respect for the police and the maintenance of law, order, and stability, which is so vital in a democracy and vital in any country in the world, including ours, especially in these troubled times. Madam Speaker, that is how important the process of considering these notifications, that is how important it is, and I want to underscore that. I want to say that this House is not to be a mere rubber stamp for the wishes of the government. There are other offices in this realm will perform that function, but this House must not be a rubber stamp for the wishes of the government. What we are supposed to do here is consider publicly, debate, and afterwards signify approval or disapproval, all in the sight of the people we represent. It is they who will judge us at the appropriate time for the choices we make today. It is they who will have to feel comfortable that there is nothing amiss or there is no potential for abuse of power by the government, this government or any government, that there is no potential for abuse of power. No amount of fancy talk or beating up on the opposition can remove the feeling people have in their bones when they witness tyranny, abuse, and bullying. And the opposition will not be bullied in any way. So why are we here, madam? In this context, this larger, wider context, why are we here, madam? I want to place into the context of my concerns the reason we are here now on the 11th day of November, 10th November, is it 11th or 10th? On this day in November, I believe it's 10th. 10th of November, 2021, is to consider the motion on the order paper. How did we get here, though? That's an important question. Yes, we are here. What has happened? The Constitution sets out that the tenure of office of members in a police service commission will be for max of 5 years and no less than 3 years. All the persons in the previous commission were appointed for 3 years, madam. What happened? How did we get here? We are here because these vacancies have been created, because they all resigned, en bloc, en masse. It was like a meltdown. The blocks came tumbling down like Humpty Dumpty, I guess, just shattered the Police Service Commission. And that's why we are here, because there is none. Every man Jack went, left, resigned, gone. Why? The catalyst for the sad state of affairs, sorry state of affairs we find ourselves, began 1 year ago, when the Prime Minister, by his own admission, said he wrote the Police Service Commission to indicate his displeasure with Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith. Fast forward now to June this year, government sought to introduce a new commissioner and deputy commissioner selection process, legal notice, which became legal notice 183 of 2021. This order removed the role of an independent firm and the mandate to advertise the post internationally to get a commissioner and a deputy commissioner. This is the Police Service Commission. That was our job. They removed the role of an independent firm and mandate to advertise the post. On July 5th, 2021, the opposition attempted to annul that order unsuccessfully. Senator Wade Mark in the Senate and other senators unsuccessfully tried to annul that order, which we felt was bad law. Of course, they went ahead. The rest is history. It went to court and so on. The Police Service Commission then proceeded with the selection process, barred the recruitment firm and some international advertisements, which resulted in a merit list being generated. Police Service Commission, again, that's their duty. They have to come up with a merit list. That's their core function. Look at what happened then. Look at what happened. That is why we are here today. That is why we are here today. Former Chairman, Police Service Commissioner Roger Kewal Singh, Commissioner, raise an alarm about a possible interference from an unnamed person resulted in the merit list being placed in limbo. Where is the list today? We don't know. And now there are several questions. Who was the public official who met with the president on the 11th or 12th of August? And who interfered in the process of delivering the list of nominees to the president for the commissioner? Yes, ma'am.
While I understand your context as you laid out, remember what we're here about is to consider these nominees, so that I understand where you're going, but I really don't want this debate to turn into something that it is not. So I'm just cautioning you to remember what the purpose is to consider these nominees.
I am guided,
Yes.
Madam Speaker. I am guided. And I will say to you, we're here today because the Police Service Commission collapsed. Why did it collapse? We would never have been here today if it did not collapse. And I think it's important for people to understand. Please, it's important to understand why we're here today. We must know the context. I'm guided by your ruling, and I will not skirt into another debate. But we must understand, and the public, the people we represent, must understand what happened. And so, who are the persons who met and so on, that notification, that merit list was withdrawn? Those questions still remain unanswered. Acting list or substantive list, what has become of it? Where is that list? What is the legal status of that list? This new service commission will have to consider those matters. Whether that list is a live list, I am of respectful view it is a live list, because when it was prepared by the service commission, then they were legally in office and did no wrong at that point in time. Everything seems to have happened after they put it. So pending the appointment of a new commissioner and the debacle of legality of the acting appointments, which had to be resolved in the court, what happened? No police service commission, no commissioner of police, no deputy commissioner of police. That's why we are here today. And the judgment of Justice Kangaloo, madam, is very instructive in the case of Ravi Bhalgobin Maharaj and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. The court ruled that the appointment of Gary Griffith as acting police commissioner was unconstitutional. So we ended up, Mr. Griffith couldn't act. We have no commissioner of police. But a very strange thing happened as well. Went back to 2009, the court said that 2009 order, where the Police Service Commission could appoint an acting person, that was also unconstitutional, null and void. So we ended up with the acting commissioner of police as well, gone. Situation today, and no Police Service Commission. We know, can I say, madam, by the way, that there have been over 188 acting appointments since the 2009 order. About 188. The question then arises, actions taken on those 188 acting actors, whether they're legal or valid, since that order on which they were appointed has been rendered unconstitutional, null and void. So we see what's going on with no Police Service Commission, no commissioner, no deputy commissioner. We come to the nominees themselves now. The issue is that the nominees must be fit for purpose. The nominees must be fit for purpose. Can you give her time, please? And how can we deal with the nominees being fit for purpose, madam? It has to do with qualifications, but it's not just qualifications. It's also about experience. I can't see it. Sorry. What? Thank you very much. Sorry, madam, just getting a time check. Can I just say, madam, I have asked officials here if they'd be kind enough to put a clock so we can look straight that way. I know the clock is on this side, so we do have a problem with the clock. There used to be one on both sides, but now you have to really duck under. So.
Well, remember, you would appreciate the ad hoc measure that had to be put in place for our safety.
Yes.
Which is the speaking booths, and therefore we have a little difficulty in repositioning because, as you know, the clocks are electrical clocks, but we would see.
I thank you, madam. Right. I think it will assist us all very greatly in the quality of our debate and keeping within the time limits. We now have retracted time limits.
But, you know, there's also the practice, and you will know, where I pass the time to the whip to notify.
That's very kind, madam, but the whip is a way distance away from me. When we used to sit together, it used to be very easy. But I think given the circumstances, I will not dwell longer, ma'am, but I make the point. So you will forgive me if I'm asking my colleague who is closer to me about the time. Thank you very much. We come to nominees fit for purpose. Fit for purpose. The Constitution itself sets out that there may be persons who are qualified in law, in sociology, in finance, and so on. So those are the qualifications. And the Honourable Prime Minister did spend some of his time. I was surprised he finished so early when we were allotted the 45, but that's his discretion. Did read out qualifications for us, but I'm saying that's not all. It also talks about experience. So there are two criteria to be met. You have the qualification, you have the degree in management, you have the degree in X or Y, and when we examine the resumes of the nominees, we will see whether we get not just qualification, a BA, a BSc, or LLB, but there should also be some indication as to experience. And I think my colleagues will raise that issue in due course when they're allowed to join the debate. So, Madam, for the record, sometimes we forget that what happens here, these proceedings, not proceedings of a private club. We are not here to vote and go home. We are here to debate and to discuss, all for the benefit of the persons we represent. The Honourable Prime Minister made a very curious statement, and he said we are on a non-substantive motion. Non-substantive motion, which then implies that we cannot question the nominees. So then what are we here to do? To come and just rubber stamp, vote and go home? We have to scrutinize the nominees, madam. And that's why, you know, we talk about due diligence. When the first nominee, the first letter of consultation I received from Her Excellency, dated October 7th, was one Mr. Ernest Coilas, a very distinguished gentleman, madam. I practiced with him some years ago when I used to practice in the courts in San Fernando. Very distinguished. So personally, we have nothing against any of the nominees. Nothing whatsoever. They are distinguished sons and daughters of our soil, but our concerns have to do with what may appear to be apparent bias. What may appear to be apparent bias? What may appear to be a conflict of interest? Because I set out the context with respect to what Lord Diplocat said way back when in the Privy Council, that there must be fierce independence, robust independence in these service commissions, and therefore the scrutiny cannot just simply to read the qualifications. We have to look at if there's any possibility of bias. If there is not direct bias, whether there's apparent bias, whether there's any conflict of interest, and I say we will deal with it. So I go back. On the 7th October, a letter dated from Her Excellency, we got a notification, I got a letter, a consultation letter from Her Excellency on Ernest Coilas. Well, he seems to be fallen by the wayside. We discovered matters relating to it, yes?
In fact, that's not a name on the notification. So let's deal with what is relevant. Okay, I caution you, let's deal with what is relevant.
I'm very guided, madam. Then on the 7th October, I received a consultation letter from with Her Excellency about Justice Judith Jones. Same 7th October, Maxine Atong. October 12th, Ian Kevin Ramdani. October 14th, Maxine King. October 25th, Rajiv Prasad. October 27th, Pundit and lawyer Rudranath Maharaj. Now, two of these names, madam, I don't know why. The first one fell off, so I wouldn't go back there. But we got these. Now, again, the Prime Minister said he did his duty as Prime Minister and as opposition leader, that when Her Excellency sent the consultation letters to him, he participated in the process.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, we are now talking about people who are not on the list. Please.
Member for Superior, again, I'm guiding you. Let's deal with relevance, which will be the 5 nominees before us.
I thank you for confining me to the 5 nominees, madam. I do wish to make the point, however, that the Honourable Prime Minister talked about a consultation process. And this is what I'm replying. Honourable Prime Minister indicated that he participated, he got the consultation letters, or participated in a consultation exercise. He did his duty. He did it before as opposition leader. He's doing it again as Prime Minister. And that issue arises. I engaged in a consultation process. I received consultation letters with respect to these persons. Madam Speaker, I want to make it very clear that I wrote to Her Excellency in response to the consultation letters, indicating that we should pause on this until the air is cleared about what happened to cause the fiasco that we are in. And then now, Prime Minister talks about the expeditious way in which they came to the Parliament. Is that for real? Is that right? These notifications laid Ramdani 15th October, Judith Dones 12th October. Notification dates, I'm sorry, madam, the date. And that's another very interesting thing. In every time since 2009 coming down, when notifications are sent to the Parliament, they're laid individually. In this case, that happened. We follow the Constitution. And then we are given separate motions. This is the first time we go in GRUP that we have to take all or none. All or none, and I'll come to that procedural point in a moment. Maxine Atong, notification 12th October. So there we were, 3 notifications, all almost 1 month ago. Almost 1 month ago, and you coming here today to talk about expeditious implementation to get a police service commission in place. Why didn't we do it? You have had a police service commission with only 3 persons for the past 2 years. That is a quorum. If the President and yourself needed more time to get the other 2, fine. But we could have had a service commission, madam. Today is not expeditious, I say with greatest of respect. Why? Something intervened. Maybe Scotland intervened, and I'm not speaking about MP Scotland. That was more important than convening this Parliament to put a police service commission. So I'm not fooled by the attempts to say we did this expeditiously. It has not been expeditious. It has not been. And therefore, still, we agree we must put a service commission in place. And I continue. So we have 5 before us to approve. I have spoken about the importance and independence of the Commission. It is one thing to say, I can't see, it's too small. Thank you. I've spoken about the importance of the Commission. We have to approve persons, I say, not just on qualifications, we have to look at the realities of the office they will assume. Such realities must be factored into any debate on this. And it's an understatement that recent events have shone a spotlight on the reality that is now our present environment. I will highlight one instance which we will do well to reflect upon when we consider whether the nominees that are before us are fit for purpose on the Police Service Commission. We recall a former Commissioner, Kewal Singh, talking about a high official and so on intervening.
We are here to discuss 5 nominees. Standing Order 48-1, please.
And again, Member for Superior, as I said before, I understood you did some context, but again, I caution you on relevance and ask you to let's deal now with the appointees, the nominees that are before us.
I thank you very much. I will take your guidance, madam. But, the truth will always prevail. If not here, in other places, the truth will prevail. I want to make some procedural objections now, madam, before we get to the names. It is my respectful view, having set out that context, our specific concerns about the process. I hope that we will be given that opportunity to voice our objections. The nation is watching us in this Parliament. Since 2010, about 19 motions came to this House to approve nominations for appointment to the Police Service Commission. 2 were never debated, but each nomination was contained in a separate motion. That's the first procedural point I want to make. Each nomination was contained in a separate motion. So we have the notifications as separate papers laid today, but we have one motion asking us to approve all 5 in one block, in one vote. Here we are, each motion, including the name of the nominee and the date the notification was made by the President, that was always contained in the motions before the House. Every time, from 2010 down to now, you had the date of the notification inserted into the motion itself, which is laid on the order paper. In this case, there is no date. You know I found the dates, madam? Her Excellency the President issued a press release, and that was carried in the media, giving the dates of the notifications. So up to today, Nobody knew the date of the notifications. I made the point before that these dates of notifications come into this Parliament were almost a month ago, at least 3 were before sent to the Parliament, almost a month ago. So that's the first procedural point. You don't put a date, no date, whereas that is important. When did the Excellency send it? That has always been included. You'll say it's a minor point, but that's an important point too in assessing what the Prime Minister wants to talk about, doing it expeditiously. Then now, the move of the motions sought leave to the House to debate all motions together. That could have been done. That did not happen here. We had all over the years where you had separate matters, separate nominees. Each one was dealt with on a separate motion. On 2 occasions, leave was sought to debate all together. Leave was sought on 2 occasions over the years from 2010 to debate all together. But the motions were separate motions, 1, and 2, the votes were separate votes. That is a very, very important point. I mentioned before, when you go to buy mangoes or oranges, you buy the crop. You get a cheaper price, but you don't get a better quality maybe. What you do is you select the best ones. So you may want to vote yes for some and no for some. But when you group it like this, it's like a carnival band jumping up and going and have to be judged. And when they go up on the stage to be judged, guess what? Before they go up, they're jumping up everywhere. But when they get on stage, you have to get in your section. Get in your section. And that is what we are saying here. This motion is procedurally flawed to lump all 5 together because we object to that procedure on the ground that some may be acceptable for approval, some may not be. But there's only one resolution. The 5 names be it resolved that these persons be approved. That is procedurally wrong. Now, we have precedents in the past. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to do that because it's there. It's always been done. Separate notifications, separate motions. And you may come and ask for leave from your good self, madam, to debate all together. But then again, when you come to vote, you vote several. If there are 5, it's 5 different votes. That has not happened, and I think that places us in a very difficult position. So, in Section 122(4) of the Constitution, it's through purport and meaning. It's not a group. It's not a band. It's not a 5. It talks about each. It says the clear intention there. It talks about each notification. Each must be approved by the House, and that cannot mean that they are to be approved in group, in bunch. The clear intent and my respectful view that this House and the standing orders cannot override the Constitution, which mandates that the names must be considered, debated, and most important, voted on separately. Suppose there's a member on the other side wants to abstain or say no. What happens? That opportunity will not be afforded because this motion is procedurally flawed in that regard. There were previous instances, as I say before, but we will not go into that. Now, I've mentioned the importance of the debate. It is not a now for now exercise. The House will not be the rubber stamp. On previous occasions, I've said this before, we have the precedent of the practice and procedure in this chamber for debating a motion such as this. I want to now turn to raise just a few issues on the fit for purpose on specific nominees. My colleagues will expand on these points. We have I make the point again, madam, with the greatest of respect, we have no personal malice, spite, or ill will towards any of these persons who have offered themselves or have been selected to offer themselves for service to the country. We have nothing personally against any of the nominees. They are good, distinguished men and women of our soil who have distinguished themselves in their various careers. That's why they're before this House for consideration. My issue again comes down again to relating to fit for purpose and the fact that this service commission must be like Caesar's wife, above, should not have any taint of or any like the man riding on the PTSD bus, when you're studying law, you go the man on the Clapham bus. That's the ordinary citizen must not have any doubt that they will be non-partisan, that they will be independent. So I deal with firstly the nominee, Mr. Ian Ramdani. In his resume, which we received, he is listed as the academic head of the Caribbean Institute of Security and Public Safety. Again, we did a search, due diligence, on this company. Academic head of the Caribbean Institute of Security and Public Safety. The most recent annual return of this Caribbean Institute of Security and Public Safety, submitted on the 11th August 2021 in the company's registry, states the shareholders of this company, Mr. John Aboud, shareholder, and Michael Aboud, directors Brian Ramsey, Maurice Aboud, James Filbert, that's the former Commissioner of Police, Anthony Sibero, Kurt Cadet, and Mervyn Salandi. The most recent annual return of Amalgamated Security Services with respect to shareholders, the same, Amalgamated Security. So Mr. Ramdani is academic head of Caribbean Institute of Safety and Public Safety. And that company, I read for you the directors and the shareholders, and we come now to a company known as Amalgamated. The shareholders are the same, John Aboud, Michael Aboud, and the two largest shareholders, and directors again, John Aboud, Michael, and some others. Madam, the point is this: Amalgamated Security is there's a common denominator in both that Caribbean Institute of Security and Public Safety and the Amalgamated Security firm from the company's documents. And this is where we raise the issue of a possible conflict of interest, a possibility of some semblance of bias, partisanship, or conflict of interest. And I raise that possible conflict of interest.
One minute, please, Member for Superior. In terms of this, remember, this is, as you quite rightly pointed out, a question of if the people are fit for purpose. And therefore, I think in terms of assessing them, as you rightly pointed out, these people are not here to respond. And therefore, if it is, there is a question about fitness. Let's not go into the realm of speculative. If there is an issue that is definite and confirmed, I will allow that. But this speculative sort of incursion, I won't allow.
Thank you very much, Madam. I am not, with great respect, I am not speculating. I've read the company documents. Amalgamated is a firm which will have an interest in guns and ammunition, arms. They're a security firm. And therefore, if there's a person sitting on the Police Service Commission whose bosses are from that firm, there's a possible conflict of interest there. There is apparent bias.
Member, I again caution you. I have said that the link that one is trying to make here, I consider it speculative, and I would advise you not to continue in that trend. Thank you.
I'm guided, Madam. I would say now that I believe, respectfully, the motion is procedurally flawed because we're dealing with all the nominees in one go, one block. I believe that that is not what the Constitution intended, that we deal with this motion in that manner. We have here then nominees placed before this House for consideration. My colleagues will raise further concerns as we continue in the debate. And I would like to say, Madam, this is very important for our country. At the outstart, I made the point originally. Fit for purpose doesn't just mean qualifications and experience. Fit for purpose means, as Lord Diplock told us in the Privy Council, that the commissions must be seen to be independent. And if you have persons who will not be seen to be independent, then we are setting ourselves another fall. We are going to end up in the same khaki pants, as they say, where we were before. What happened with the previous Police Service Commission? And therefore, whilst I respect your ruling, I think it is not wise. It is not wise for us not to bring to the light matters that will give the impression to John public, the man on the PTSD bus, the man in the maxi taxi, the ordinary citizens of our land, it must be brought to their attention, because then in the interest of the public and the public interest and the public good, we must know there is cause for worry. We do not want to end back in the same khaki pants. We don't want to end there with political interference on the Police Service Commission to interfere in the TTPS. That should never be allowed to happen again. And so we will continue to make our points. Procedurally flawed motion. And I'm being given a nudge here. My time is up. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to contribute in this debate.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker, for your identification of this member to make a very short contribution to this debate. Madam Speaker, we are here today, as indicated by the member for Diego Martin West, to resolve any issue, all of the issues and problems, shortcomings that may exist in the current circumstances in relation to the absence of the Police Service Commission. It does not now exist. This debate gives this Parliament an opportunity to provide a solution to any problems or perceived problems. We are here to debate Her Excellency's nominees of Madam Judith Jones, Madam Maxine Atong, Madam Maxine King, Mr. Ian Ramdani, Mr. Rajiv Prasad, as has again been indicated by the member for Diego Martin West, all nominated by Her Excellency after a process of consultation on the basis of clearly defined qualifications and skill sets identified in the Constitution. I simply want to say at this point, for the benefit of the parliamentary record and those citizens who are paying attention, that as per our order paper, the votes on each of these nominees will be done separately. I propose, Madam Speaker, to focus on the original, meaning 1962 and 1976, role of the Police Service Commission, if I may, and the very seminal amendment in respect of this of 2007, which amended the role of the Police Service Commission Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker. And all of the role, the original role, and from the seminal amendment for those persons who are nominated by Her Excellency, which we debate today, all of their roles and responsibilities are undergirded by a constitutional principle of independence. This independence, I suggest, cannot be assessed in advance. It has to be, if I may utilize the well-known maxim, seen to be done, and it can only sensibly be seen while they are on the job, in post, acting as a Police Service Commission. Anything else is speculatory. Madam Speaker, the Police Service Commission, which the nominees in front of us today will, if this Parliament approves each of them, will be supported by a secretariat so that they can function effectively in the service as a Police Service Commission. And that secretariat provides logistical and administrative and technical support to the Police Service Commission constituted by the nominees, presumably, that we have in front of us today. It supports the Commission in its examination of the performance of the persons who it must appoint. It provides administrative and clerical services to the Commission's Appeal Tribunal, a matter that I should come to shortly, as a clear function, a role that must be undertaken by the persons that we debate here today if we approve them as a parliament, their appellate function. And of course, the Secretariat assists in the dissemination of information and the conduct of the Commission's public operations, public education programs. Just to support this, the Secretariat comprises of the administrative unit, a monitoring and evaluation unit, research and evaluation unit, the appeals, very importantly, because that's one of the roles that these nominees must pursue. The appeals unit, the public education unit, and of course, Madam Speaker, a legal unit. Madam Speaker, this seminal amendment to the role and function of the Police Service Commission, which will be populated by the 5 persons nominated by Her Excellency in front of us today, underwent seminal change, significant change in 2007. In fact, Madam Speaker,
48-1. We are here, you said, to discuss the nominations.
I heard you. You said you referred to standing order 48-1. I overrule you.
May I thank you warmly again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an amendment, a significant amendment affecting the conduct of, the business of the Police Service Commission, which the persons, and the 5 of them in front of us today, would oversee, took place in 2007 by constitutional amendment in what was then called the Police Reform Bills and a Constitutional Amendment Bill, and it was piloted in this House by Senator the Honorable Martin Joseph, Minister of National Security, as he then was. May his soul rest in peace. And I just want to quote a very short paragraph with your kind leave, which in my view encapsulates the essence of the seminal change of 2007, Madam Speaker. Minister Joseph, as he then was, is quoted to say from Hansard of Friday, June the 22nd, 2007, the new governance arrangements call for a very different role for the Police Service Commission than the one to which members are accustomed. In the past, the Police Service Commission has spent most of its energies in overseeing the review of specific cases, disciplinary and grievances. But under the new system, its most important function will be ensuring the accountability of the Commissioner of Police and the police service itself in fulfilling the priorities set forth by the government and other appropriate authorities. This goes well beyond evaluating whether the Commissioner and his subordinates have followed laws, rules, and procedures. Rather, it requires an assessment of how well they perform their responsibilities. He went on to say quickly, because someone can follow the law, be well within the law, and still do not do a very good job. Madam Speaker, I went to that quotation because as we discuss for our approval or otherwise of the nominees, 5 of them, and I've already named them, no need to do that. That quotation demonstrates a major change and the role that they will be expected to carry out post-2007, including, of course, going forward. Madam Speaker, In the conduct of the affairs of the Police Service Commission, they are, under the Constitution, entitled not only to take reports from the police commissioner and the deputy commissioner who they will appoint, but also can gather information outside of those two office holders on their own volition. The Police Service Commission, which these nominees would populate, Madam Speaker, will effectively be a watchdog on those two office holders. And insofar as getting information outside of them, they are permitted under the Constitution to hold public hearings, if they so choose, to interview other police officers, and to interview even members of the public, the end users who benefit from the service offered by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. All of those form part of the responsibility of the Police Service Commission. Responsibilities that the persons in front of us today as nominees will have to carry out. Madam Speaker, the information they would have gathered as a result would be used to inform the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, in accordance with the Constitution, of the state of affairs with their police service, its functioning, its effectiveness, or otherwise. And of course, Madam Speaker, it will assist them, and this is critical, it will assist them in determining the decisions that they make in relation to the appointment or the continuing in office of those two office holders. Very important. So I'm just demonstrating that in terms of their role and function, they can get information elsewhere to assist in their determination. That is permitted under the Constitution, insofar as the role of the Police Service Commission is concerned. So, Madam Speaker, I did allude to the fact that they host an appellate function, and that is to say, apart from monitoring, hiring, firing, monitoring the efficiency of, the effectiveness of those two office holders, the commissioner and deputy, they host a very important appellate function. All the disciplinary proceedings of the police service, which are overseen by the police commissioner, the outcomes of those, if there is dissatisfaction, can be appealed to the Police Service Commission, so that these nominees, Madam Speaker, will hear appeals from the police service on matters touching and concerning promotions and discipline. I am advised, based on the report of the last Police Service Commission, a report issued in 2019, the annual report of 2019, Madam Speaker, that there was a hiatus in this very important appellate function which those nominees must undertake, and they have a job. It is to bring up to date the outstanding appeals. They had resumed appeals, taken appeals in the Service Commission only on the 7th of May 2019, and there's a significant backlog since 2011. So, Madam Speaker, the Constitution of this Republic, particularly in Section 122, highlights in subsection 1 that there shall be a Police Service Commission for Trinidad and Tobago, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members. Sub 2 tells us plainly that the Service Commission is appointed by Her Excellency. Sub 3, the President shall, after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition and, of course, the Prime Minister, propose these nominations as are before us. And most of all, Madam Speaker, the President shall make an appointment under this section only after this House of Representatives has approved the notification or notifications in respect of each of those persons. That is to say, Madam Justice Jones, Madam Jones, Madam Maxine King, Mr. Ian Ramdani, and the others, Madam Speaker, who I would have earlier identified, namely Rajiv Prasad and Maxine Atong. The Constitution, Madam Speaker, is very clear. I have quoted from Hansard what the Parliament, to support what Parliament's intention was in that seminal debate and amendment, and the Constitution is before us. Section 123(1), which we have heard about earlier in this debate, talks about the power of the Police Service Commission and its responsibilities. Madam Speaker, I just want to, as I approach the end of my allotment of time here, say, in respect of Section 123, the sub 5, the Police Service Commission, sub 7, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding subsection 6, the Police Service Commission may on its own initiative request a special report from the Commissioner of Police at any time on any matter relating to the management of the police service, to which the Commissioner of Police shall respond in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, all of the provisions of the Constitution are pellucidly clear, and I'm satisfied that we are now, with this debate in front of us, in a position, Madam Speaker, to resolve all of the many shortcomings that may exist or may be perceived to exist. And I, Madam Speaker, would rest for the time being clear in my mind that all of the members of this House, invested with copies of the Constitution, understanding the role and function of the Police Service Commission and the role and function of this Parliament in making that process complete so that we resolve that aspect of our governance in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join this debate. Madam Speaker, today we meet for a very important debate on a critical motion brought by the member for Diego Martin West, as he has done before. Madam Speaker, these moments as they come now are defined by our health regulations and certain constraints. And in 20 minutes, given the approach of the government, I have 20 minutes to focus on 5 nominees. So a few minutes on each, because we are here to scrutinize, to examine, to interrogate their resume, so that we will decide as a House whether they are fit for purpose, whether they can stand up to the task that they are assigned by our Constitution and by our law. This is the purpose of being here today. So in 4 minutes, I must reflect on one nominee, given the approach of this government. And this is why the opposition leader was very clear that this is procedurally flawed. We have received 5 letters. In one motion, we will speak for 4 minutes on each, Madam Speaker. I will take an introduction of 2 minutes, so I will have less time on each of the nominees. Madam Speaker, the last speaker before me, the Minister of National Security, he left, I think, now, but he reflected on 2007 and the amendments to the Constitution that led us to this procedure. And Madam Speaker, we came close at that time. I was also a member of the House. It was an attempt to bring transparency, to bring disclosure, to bring openness to appointments that were previously done behind closed doors in the dark of the night, with no one looking, no one exposing, no one scrutinizing. And Madam Speaker, we must guard today that we do not go back to those days. Because we changed the Constitution and the law to ensure that the Parliament as a whole scrutinized the CVs, the appointments. We were following at that time, Madam Speaker, those of us who were on the compound then, we were following the American congressional system in which key appointees in the US system of government came before a congressional committee to be interrogated and scrutinized and examined. We did not go so far, Madam Speaker, So today, our 5 nominees are not before us in the pit, but we have their resume before us. So we cannot ask them questions directly and invite them to answer or respond, but by debating the resume, by debating those nominees, we can ask questions of them as to whether they can conduct the business for which they offer themselves. Madam Speaker, I took note of the Prime Minister's opening statement, and I was also troubled by that statement made by the Prime Minister about substantive motion or not. Madam Speaker, I'm very clear that persons who have offered themselves for public office, we have their resume, we can examine their resume. Yes, ma'am.
Member, there's no need to shout. And I mean, I don't know you to be a shouter, but I think maybe you have to...
Madam Speaker, I will limit my passion. So, I will limit my passion on this matter. I feel so strongly on this matter. Madam Speaker?
Volume.
No, I'm not hearing your voice.
But I said, no need to limit the passion.
Okay, Madam
Just
Speaker,
the volume.
I will keep the passion and reduce the volume.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we have the nominees before us, and I could not help but reflect, Madam Speaker, on the statement by the Prime Minister. And, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister made some statements about the chairman, about the member, and he went through the CV, as you know, of Madam Justice Judith Jones and others. And, you know, I took note the Prime Minister saying that persons are bringing their useful experience and skill of developing performance standards, of improving the standards in the police service. Persons will bring all their skills, and they have skills in finance, in accounting, in management, and so on and so forth. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I am not reading from the Hansard of today. I'm reading from the Hansard of March 28, 2018, when the very mover moved a motion to appoint one Bliss Prasad as chairman, as a member of the Police Service Commission. And I say that because I want to make the point that today we may have faith in the nominees. We may well have faith given their impressive resume of some persons, of course. But, Madam Speaker, I have no faith in the mover of this motion, because he brought one before us. And today, the entire country is asking, Bliss, where's the list? Madam Speaker, let me get to the CV immediately.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Madam Speaker, in the very limited time that is available to us, I want to reflect on the CV of one of the candidates here, one Maxine King. I have the CV, of course, before me. The President has sent it to the members of the House, and therefore I'm in possession of that. And, Madam, I'm a bit troubled by this CV, and a bit troubled. I hold no malice, no prejudice against a person with a master's in business administration, accounting, and so on, who is clearly willing to serve us and willing to serve the population at a time when the former Police Service Commission has imploded under the weight of some type of darkness that we are yet to reveal. Madam Speaker, this person in her CV states that from November 2018 to present, the person is a wealth manager, head wealth management of First Line Securities Limited. And when I took note of that, Madam Speaker, we immediately in the opposition began our investigation, as we do on all candidates. Madam Speaker, when I looked at that, I could not help but ponder that First Line Securities Limited, we have a documentation that is a public document, Madam Speaker. First Line Securities Limited is a collateral agent in matters involving the development of the Bacolet estate in Tobago, of which Ms. Maxine King is the wealth manager of First Line Securities Limited. The Bacolet estate in Tobago being developed by a company called Inez Investment, which is, of course, the company run by a very prominent and successful businessman, Mr. Alan Warner, in Tobago. And Mr. Warner is a former business partner of a member of Parliament. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I am not naming any member of Parliament.
And member, I want to caution you and caution all members who are going to take part in this debate. It is something I raised when the Honourable Member for Superior was speaking. In terms of trying to draw these kinds of connections. I have said before, yes, you can interrogate the CVs. Yes, as you have said, it's more than qualifications. It's fitness for purpose in its fullest sense. But I am not going to allow speculative connections to be made under this rubric of fitness for purpose. If there is, as I said, something that is proven, something that is established, something that is known, that makes somebody, to use your wide term, fitness for purpose, to make that question, I will allow that.
Sure.
Okay?
Madam Speaker, could I reflect on quote from the Companies Act, a document, statement of charge created by a company dated November 22, 2017, which is a document filed, a public document, that speaks of a mortgage between a company, First Line Securities Limited, of which a nominee before us is the wealth manager of that company. And as wealth manager is involved in a business.
Thing is, in terms of what we are discussing, it appears to be some sort of speculative connection that one is trying to
Madam
make.
Speaker, then let me make the headline point and I will move on.
Yeah.
The headline point is the person, Maxine King, is much too close to the political executive of this country to be on the Police Service Commission by virtue of her job as the wealth manager of First Line Securities involved in a massive construction project in Tobago that has a business partner linked to a sitting member of parliament. And I move on.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, this is precisely what I have said that you shouldn't do. Okay?
So Madam Speaker, to another nominee. Madam Speaker, the opposition leader raised the issue of one Ian, not Ramnarayan, but I believe Ramdani. Madam Speaker, it troubles me to raise this issue. It is something that unfixed my hair. Is a matter that I was distressed about, but I have received, Madam Speaker, communications by members of the society, by citizens of this country, who have raised concern about the fitness for purpose of a nominee before us. So much so, Madam Speaker, that one citizen of this country, a public officer.
So let me ask you something just before you go further. These matters that that have come to you, are these proven matters or just hearsay matters coming? If they are just hearsay matters coming, I won't allow it. If these are proven, established matters, then.
Madam Speaker, let me make the point that as members of Parliament, when matters come for debate in the Parliament, citizens of this country are until now free to communicate with us their views on any bill, any motion, any nominee. And we owe a duty, Madam Speaker, to bring those matters to the Parliament. And Madam Speaker, I will not get into any detail because I am not here to cast aspersions or to scandalize anyone. I am here to raise questions, and all I'm saying is if a nominee is before me, I would just ask the nominee whether or not they are conflicted by an appointment to the Police Service Commission, bearing in mind a previous interfacing with staff at the Police Service Commission that compromised their position and undermine human resource management and indeed undermine the employment status of employees of the Police Service Commission. I am raising those questions. I will not go further with that. I will not go further into any domain because then that way really would be taken to create some type of scandal that is unnecessary. All I ask today is nominee Ramdani, whether or not you have had some interfacing with staff of the Police Service Commission, so that today you can declare that before assuming any position as a commissioner. Because an employee of that organization has indicated to me that the person is prepared to write the new chairman and indeed the director of personnel administration about a previous interfacing with a nominee who is before us, who we believe should clarify that matter, who we believe should clear the air before assuming a position as police service commissioner, as a commissioner in the Police Service Commission, which commission itself has been so tainted and dragged through the mud and imploded because of questions that I have raised before. Madam Speaker, it was in March 2018 when I raised the issue, the opposition here, on behalf of the opposition, I raised the issue of the fitness for purpose of a former chairman. Look what happened. Today I'm raising the issue of a fitness for purpose about a nominee before us. And if and when that nominee is approved today, a letter will be written to the Director of Personnel Administration, to the new chairman of the Police Service Commission, raising serious concerns about the conduct, previous conduct, the interfacing. And it is not only one member of staff. I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, several, maybe 4 or 5 staff members of the Police Service Commission have indicated that they are prepared to say the truth concerning a previous campaign of conduct by a nominee before us today. Now, I have a duty to identify the nominee, because then if I speak like this, someone could say it is Madam Justice Judith Jones I'm speaking about, and I'm causing some type of question mark over the conduct of a Court of Appeal, former Court of Appeal judge. Today I'm asking pointedly and with great respect and sincerity whether Mr. Ian Ramdhani could clarify with the powers that be before an appointment is made as to any situation before involving a member or members of the staff of the Police Service Commission. Because, Madam Speaker, my lifelong training is in the area of employment and labor relations. That's my lifelong training. I've written on that as well. And I do not want a situation to arise where an employee or employees can be victimized, can be discriminated against, can lose their job when they're in contract because we have appointed someone today. That we made an appointment that led to someone being victimized at the workplace. I raise these matters, they are serious matters. We will not have a chance to debate this again. Madam Speaker, when we come back for Police Service Commission, it will be new faces, new CV, new resume. This is the only point at which we can raise issues of fitness for purpose. So the opposition leader in her wisdom raised the issue of training schools and so on, where a person is involved with security company in a training school and must go to, okay.
I'm not going to allow you to do something that I did not allow the honorable member.
Sure. Well, then you clearly will allow me to raise a red flag concerning an appointee who may have to answer questions as it relates to a previous interfacing with employees or an employee of the Police Service Commission.
To move on.
Good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I can indicate to you, I did not come here just to speak on this matter out of the top of my head. I have in my hand, which I will not read, I have in my hand email and WhatsApp correspondence on this matter, which I'm prepared to show anyone who would have an interest. Madam Speaker, the Police Service Commission, as the Minister of National Security indicated, and I took note, Madam Speaker, that he spoke about the role of the Police Service Commission as a watchdog, the role of the Police Service Commission as supervising the employment, the work, the performance of the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioners of Police. That is a very, very specific function. It calls for men and women of some stature, but also men and women who can resist temptation, who can resist the temptation to bow to the dictates of politicians. And that is a fundamental, that differentiates the Police Service Commission in such a fundamental way. Because you see, Madam Speaker, a Commissioner of Police in our country is also a creature of the Constitution. They wield enormous power that as a parliament we have given them by that major constitutional amendment. And if a Commissioner of Police is appointed and that person, for one reason or another, is appointed by persons who themselves will genuflect and bow to the dictates of the political directorate, it reeks of corruption. It will lead to a situation where that person can carry on the dictates of politicians. And I'm not saying government politicians necessarily. Madam Speaker, we change government here. The opposition is a government in waiting. And if you make the mistake of putting someone on a police service commission that is not independent sufficiently, you can end up with a police state. And we know the dangers of that from looking around the world, where commissioners and police, they synchronize with the political directorate of the day. Not only the one sitting here, but of the day. And they can take punitive action, dictatorial action against opposition, against trade unions, against students, against civil society. That is what we are here to guard today. That is what we are here to guard today. And when we look at the nominees, Madam Speaker, and we look at the list, we have not raised any fundamental objections to several of these people. Justice Judith Jones, Mr. Rajiv Prasad, I think the Prime Minister spoke about him. We have some others. What we have raised concern is about one or two of those persons who we believe are too close to the political executive. And that is a concern. When we raised it before, the government ignored us, but they ignored us to their peril. Because today, they used to make fun of the partnership government and say we had an acting police commissioner for 5 years. They have no commissioner of police. None, not even acting. And that carries dire consequences. So, Madam Speaker, it is not my intention at all to scandalize persons, but to raise the red flag. Because you did not hear us when we spoke about Blissy Prasad. Please hear us today when we raise questions about nominee Maxine King, about nominee Ian Ramdani. Don't have us rushing back here another time because you suddenly discover a problem when I'm telling you there are problems, when the opposition leader told you. Because why is the president asking for advice and consensus and consultation on 6 nominees when only 5 will compose the Police Service Commission? Why? Anybody is saying why? But of course, we are not here to debate that. We are here to debate the 5 clear names in front of us, not the 6 that we have been asked to consult on. We are here to debate 5. But the question is, why 6? Is there somebody going to be thrown out?
Member?
Yes.
Again.
Sure.
Standing Order 48-1. I'm not going to warn you again.
Madam Speaker, you will not need to warn me again because I want to thank you.
Member for San Fernando. Member for Cooper South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I joined this debate, and apparently the opposition has to fulfill its duty in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago this evening, because from the indicators, it seems that the government is not prepared to do their duty and defend the motion that has been piloted by the Prime Minister during this afternoon's proceedings. And Madam Speaker, it is very important to understand that Section 122(5) states of the Constitution that the President shall make an appointment under this section only after the House of Representatives has approved the notification in respect of the relevant person. And this afternoon we have 5 nominees before this House this evening, where the President, after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, has sought to nominate persons who are qualified and experienced in the disciplines of law, finance, sociology, or management. to be appointed as members of the Police Service Commission. And, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that the only way we can give some voice or legitimacy to our purpose in this particular debate is through asking questions and seeking to put forward issues which has been brought to the attention of the opposition. And the opposition is fulfilling its constitutional responsibility here this evening. And I wish to reiterate the point made by the Leader of the Opposition and the Member for Superior, that the UNC will not rubber stamp this particular debate here this evening, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this is not a popularity contest for the opposition. This is about the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. It is about the fabric of our democracy, because sections 122 and 123, as it relates to the Police Service Commission, the powers of the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police, it is entrenched in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And we may consider that this is the ordinary business of Parliament, but in the midst of what I consider to be an extraordinary circumstances of the day, because, Madam Speaker, Parliaments before us have debated the appointment of many service commissions, and Parliaments after us will continue to debate. And this includes many debates which have led to the appointment of chairmen and commissioners on service commissions, as it, in this particular instance, Madam Speaker, the Police Service Commission. And, Madam Speaker, it is important that we grasp the extraordinary circumstances of the day to determine the extraordinary task that the police commissioner and deputy commissioners of police will have to deal with going forward, Madam Speaker. Because it is important, as I said, that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to make appointments and to make appointments on promotion and to confirm, and also to remove from office and exercise disciplinary controls over persons holding or acting in offices specified in 123 1A, which is, as I said, the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police. And they would also have the responsibility to monitor the efficiency and effectiveness of the discharge of these functions, and also, Madam Speaker, to prepare an annual performance appraisal report in such form as which may be prescribed by the Police Service Commission, respecting and for the information of the Commissioner of Police or the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and to hear and determine appeals from the decision of the Commissioner of Police and or any person to whom the Commissioner of Police have been delegated in relation to appointments in promotion or as a result of disciplinary proceedings brought against a police officer appointed by the Commissioner of Police, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop that we must understand or appreciate the unique considerations to be made by an incoming Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police. Whoever they may be, we can appreciate that unique consideration, Madam Speaker, must be made by members of the Police Service Commission, whom we are called here to appoint. And we must all uphold the law and the dignity of our respective offices. And we are all accountable, Madam Speaker, for our actions to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker. And in that regard, we must be able to stand whatever we do here this evening. It must be able to stand the test of time as it relates to public accountability, due process, and the rule of law, Madam Speaker. And the incoming Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police says, too, which the Commission will have the responsibility to appoint, they will be tasked with the issue of providing safety during a pandemic, and also it is important for us to understand too that they will have to lead the police service through an election in the year 2022 or even a local government elections, Madam Speaker. And also, Madam Speaker, we must be able to understand that these persons who will be appointed will have to deal with the lifting of a state of emergency and the issues that which may emerge beyond beyond the lifting of the state of emergency in the context of national security issues, Madam Speaker. And that is why it leads me to the very important issue, because at the end of the day, it is important that we raise issues to highlight the very unique background of the political upheaval that has existed, as the Prime Minister said in his piloting of this motion, the upheaval for the past few months, and also to highlight that the incoming commissioners will have to function against the recent historic background of the institutional collapse, apparent political interference, and constitutional upheaval previously unforeseen in our political, or not political, but in our independent institution. Madam Speaker, and it is important that the commissioners whose resumes are before this Parliament this evening must be able to give the country the assurance.
Okay, so a member for Cuvasau, I am cautioning you with respect to Standing Order 55-1B. You are 9 minutes into your presentation, and you have made the same points repeatedly, and there are points that have been made by speakers before you. So I'd ask you at this stage to move on to a fresh point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am guided in the context of what you have indicated to me, and that leads me on the very issue of the blessed assurance that we seek from the commissioners. It leads me very straight to the nomination of Her Excellency as it relates to Ms. Maxine Atong, who has been nominated to be a member of the commission, and she being a person to be qualified and experienced in the disciplines of finance and management, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister indicated that in his presentation that Ms. Atong, and it is also indicated in the resume that we received, that Ms. Atong is the holder of a BSc Accounting from the University of the West Indies in accounting. She also has an master's as it relates to organizational development, and she has respective professional certifications as it relates to train the trainer, and she's also trained in terms of evidence-based coaching from Fielding University, Madam Speaker. And she's also a previous president of the Human Resources Association of Trinidad and Tobago. But, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to go on to the work experience of Ms. Maxine Atong. And under work experience, it indicates 2000 to present, Maxine Atong Consulting. And it spells out executive coaching, leadership, training and development, facilitated workshops and so on, keynote speaking. And under the heading of recent clients, it indicates or points to a direction where Maxine Atong Consulting has had clientele in the private sector and in the public sector, Madam Speaker. And two particular clients stand out in the context of the National Gas Company and the National Petroleum Company, Madam Speaker. These are two state entities, Madam Speaker, and it must be reiterated here this evening.
Member for Cuvasau, I stand, this is the exact thing I've spoken about that has been tried with respect to your two previous speakers. Okay, as I said, if there is a real settled conflict, I will allow that. But to draw a speculation between something that somebody is doing and this process, I am not going to allow it.
I am guided, Madam Speaker, but it is my responsibility, Madam Speaker, given that this individual who is before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago
Madam
here
Speaker,
this
is you
afternoon.
define your ruling?
Member for Cuvasau, again I warn you, can you move on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, it has been indicated that the nominee, Ms. Maxine Atong, is the Director and Chief Operating Officer of Energy Caribbean Limited, and now is also someone who is engaged or was engaged between January of 2006 to 2012 as the Deputy Controls Manager at British Gas, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, based on what I have seen in terms of what has come to my attention via the CV and also what has been reported to me in the context of being the Member of Parliament for Cuvasau, I have a responsibility to continue to raise issues in this Parliament and outside of the Parliament in terms of the fitness of individuals and whether they can stand up to scrutiny in relation to this particular debate to uphold the independence, Madam Speaker, the independence of the Police Service Commission, because the Police Service Commission is an independent institution, Madam Speaker, and it is the only way that the oppositions can seek to clarify whether persons are indeed fit and proper along the lines of being truly independent, because all those who have spoken as it relates from the government's bench here this afternoon has not been able to provide any sense of comfort to whether there will be another collapsed Police Service Commission when these commissioners, indeed, if they are approved here this afternoon and when they begin to meet, then we may find out the issue of apparent bias and the issue of conflict arising, and then we will be back to square one, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day. And that is our concern, and that will be our consistent concern in the interest of accountability and in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the only vested interest that members of the opposition has here this afternoon, and we will continue to fulfill on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because at the end of the day, if the independence, the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, and all who have spoken here and will continue to speak on from a government's point of view, has not comforted me whether this, after the conclusion of this debate, whether the people's confidence, not those of us who are sitting inside here, the people's confidence, all of the citizens of this country will say, indeed, that there is a fully constituted police service commission that is independent and will not be manipulated through political interference, and whether we will have commissioners who will be able to have the strength and the fortitude not to bow to political pressure. And can we be guaranteed, after this debate is concluded, Madam Speaker, that indeed no high official will journey again to President's house when a merit list is finalized by the Police Service Commission and the commissioners going forward, whether a high official will seek to intervene, whether we will have a merit list that will be withdrawn, and up till today we will not know. Well, today we have will not know where the previous merit list was, and I hope, Madam Speaker.
Again, I rise on Standing Order 55(1)(b). This is the second time I've cautioned you. If you will use the few minutes you have left a little more wisely.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, as I said, this is about the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. This is about the independence of the Police Service Commission, and Trinidad and Tobago must have the blessed assurance from the commissioners of this country that indeed they can fulfill the mandate that is expected of them in the interest of finding a police commissioner and deputy police commissioners who will be apolitical, will be truly independent of the ruling political party, and will not succumb to political pressure where we could have the emergence of a police force taking instruction from the People's National Movement led by Dr. Keith Rowley. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here in part today to discuss the nomination of Mr. Rajiv Prasad to be a member of the Police Service Commission. Since I have limited time, I have a 2-minute speech prepared, a 10-minute speech prepared, and a 20-minute speech prepared. And that would depend on the time that is allotted to me. I will speak only about Mr. Rajiv Prasad. He's listed among the 5 nominees for membership of the Police Service Commission. But before I begin my contribution, I must admonish members opposite for their, especially the Prime Minister, for their utterances that these nominees will all be appointed since only a simple majority is necessary for Parliament to give its approval. That's a fact. We understand that. But it appears as if it is rubbed in our face. And Madam Speaker, herein lies what I consider an approach to Parliament, which states in effect that we, the PNM, have the power to say who cometh and who go out, and everything else does not matter. We are in charge, and everyone else, especially opposition
Madam
members.
Speaker, Standing Order 48.1 and 48.4 and 48.6.
Member for Naparima, I rule on 48.6, and as far as 48.1, while you have just begun, and I would have allowed you some leeway, because I've ruled on 48.6, I'll ask you to leave that and move on. As you said, you have limited time, and therefore, please stick within the standing.
I will.
Please fix your posture. Please fix your posture. Yes. Proceed.
So we're here to discuss the nomination of Mr. Rajiv Prasad. And I could deal with that. He is a person eminently qualified in law. One of the disciplines identified in Section 122(1) of our Constitution, in which members of the Police Service Commission must be qualified. We understand that he will serve as a member of the Police Service Commission for a period of 3 years. We have perused his CV and note that he's eminently qualified to serve. He certainly has the legal acumen and pedigree for the position. It is most pleasing that he has offered to serve, and for this he must be honored. I see them quiet on the other side. They like to hear what they like to hear. We have perused his CV and note his eminent qualifications. He no doubt should be congratulated by virtue of his experience, his qualifications, and track record to serve as a member not only of the PSC, but any similar body in Trinidad and Tobago. His track record also shows that he's indeed a Caribbean man, and thus able to rise above the parochialism that bedevils governance and leadership in Trinidad and Tobago. We note his qualification: Bachelor of Laws, History Law, LLB, Upper Second, Certificate of Legal Education, Certificate in Mediation. We note also his exemplary professional experience, and the Prime Minister alluded to it. I see like they want to get up on 48. He's an attorney at law for 24 years. He is Vice President of the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago, and this gives him a unique perspective coming from the most representative body of legal professionals locally. He's an acting High Court judge in the British Virgin Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada. And this tells us that he has a regional perspective and will be less likely to succumb to the false view that God is a Trinity, or even that all wisdom resides within our borders, or even within the confines of Balize House, as those opposite do verily believe. And I'm talking about his qualifications here and his expertise. He is Deputy Chairman of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. That informs us that he is familiar with the finer points and the nuances of ethical behavior, and may not be the kind of person who will recuse himself incessantly from deliberations of the PSC as a result of conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise. I'm speaking, let me reiterate, about his qualifications. He's provided extensive advisory work to corporate and government agencies, both locally and regionally, on matters ranging from the law of contract, tort, public law, corporate fraud, legislative drafting, and drafting of contracts. That is commendable, in that he appears not to be rich, but financially secure, so that he will not succumb to the eater food syndrome that would make him susceptible to financial inducements by the executive. He served.
Standing financial inducement by the executive, Standing Order 48.1 and 48.6.
Okay, so what I'd say is, even though you've said it in the negative, it does cast a sort of aspersion. So I'll ask you to withdraw that and say it another way. You can find another way.
I will withdraw it, and I'll say that it is commendable that he will not be able to succumb to inducements by anyone. He served as international expert to review the draft criminal procedure bill of Sierra Leone, and he did this on behalf of the UNDP, United Nations Development Program. Mr. Prasad is senior counsel material in our view. He's eminently qualified even to sit in our Court of Appeal. He's a senior executive member of the Law Association's Committee on the Award of Silk and Appointment of Judges. Certainly qualifications and experience that could serve in the highest independent institutions in our country, Madam Speaker. And it goes on. I will not. But clearly we are speaking about someone who is eminently qualified and has a track record. Madam Speaker, it is monumentally critical in these times of executive overreach, and I'm speaking globally, that we have persons like Mr. Prasad who will be able to speak truth to power and who have the character and track record to tell anyone where to get off if they attempt to breach the walls separating our independent institutions from the growing reach of any dictatorship, proposed or in the future. Dr. Rowley is on record as saying that he will speak to whomever, including presumably members of the service commissions, and he's here, and I heard him say so, whenever he wishes and on any matter which he considers of national interest. You see, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister does not understand the sacredness of the boundaries separating the executive from our independent service commissions, and that is why it is important.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48.6. My Prime Minister is wiser than that.
Madam Speaker, the Privy Council, in appeal number 69 of 2015, heard on the 8th of May 2017, in the famous case between the Attorney General and Dumas, which of course we lost. In that case, the Attorney General criticized the Court of Appeal for overlooking the role of Parliament in the process of selecting members of the Police Service Commission. Our AG had, and it's critical in terms of what we're discussing here today, the Attorney General had argued in error that, and I quote from the Privy Council judgment, because the House had approved the nomination, the challenge by Mr. Dumas was impermissible on ordinary separation of powers principles. That is in the judgment which I have before me. The Privy Council accepted, quote, with little or no reservation, the role of the Trinidad courts.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, please.
And Member for Naparima, I uphold the objection.
All right. Madam Speaker, it was just that they said that the Parliament does not have...
Standing Order 48.1, you have ruled.
Okay.
Member, please proceed. I have ruled, so proceed to another point.
Right.
Yes?
Okay. Madam Speaker, okay, I give it. Mr. Prasad had Mr. Prasad appears to be the kind of person who will resign if he's witness to any act of ministerial interference in the Police Service Commission. And the ruling said that Parliament does not have, Privy Council, Parliament does not have final say. It is the courts that have the say. So that as we meet today, let it be understood that the Privy Council has ruled that even if we make the
Madam
appointment...
Speaker, again, Standing Order 48.1, you have ruled on this, and the member is looking for a backdoor to revive the issue.
I move on. I move on.
And again, all right? Remember, you're going to move on to another point.
Yes.
Yes?
Trinidad and Tobago sorely needs independent citizens who have testicular fortitude, the moral rectitude, and the necessary conviction to defend our democracy at every turn. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, and that is why we are here today, to uncompromisingly defend our democracy. And no matter how they stop us, we are resolute that we will fulfill our duty as the loyal opposition of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, elected by over 300,000 citizens. Madam Speaker, while Mr. Prasad is eminently qualified, competent, knowledgeable, and equipped for membership on the Police Service Commission, the problem is not with Mr. Prasad. And we wish to let him know in no uncertain terms that this is not about him personally. He is not the cause of our discomfort. He is not the cause. Madam Speaker, it is about the process. It is about a process for appointing a commissioner of police and a deputy commissioner of police. And today, a police service commission...
1B, that issue of the process has been regurgitated several times by every speaker on the opposition.
Okay, so, Member for Naparima, one, we're not here debating the process of the appointment of the Commissioner of Police. While it may be a function, the appointment might be a function of the Commission, we're not dealing with the process. And I uphold the point made by the member for St. Joseph in that this is tedious repetition. 4 speakers or 3 speakers before you are the 4th has dealt with the Commissioner of Police and the function of the Police Commission in having to appoint the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner.
Madam
okay?
Yes. Madam Speaker, our Constitution, which is our supreme law, supreme even over the standing orders of this House, tells us that, quote, our nation is founded on principles which acknowledge the supremacy of God. And I wanted to go to the scriptures to determine that out of the scriptures, and I'm dealing with the Bhagavad Gita and the Bible and the Holy Quran.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. 48.1.
Member for Naparima, where are you going with all of this?
I'm just making one point, one scriptural
I'm going to
point,
give you
and I'll
1
move on.
second to make the point.
1 second. King James Version, Matthew 7:18, a good tree cannot bring forth
Point
evil
of order,
fruit,
Madam Speaker.
neither can a
Point of
corrupt tree
order.
bring forth good fruit.
48.1.
I move on. You gave me a minute and I took it. Information in the... the critical lesson. My previous speakers talked about the process, about why we are here today, and I'm not dwelling on that who resigned and why we do not have a police service commission. But the critical lesson is that governance combines elements of people, processes, systems, outputs, accountability, and responsibility. All of these must go hand in hand to have a process, output, recommendation, assessment that is above board and can stand like Caesar's wife beyond scrutiny. Now, this government has a history of usurping processes to hoodwink the
Madam
population
Speaker,
and
Standing
interrupt
Order
outputs.
48.1 and 48.6.
Member for Naparima, I rule on 48.6. Please withdraw that and find another way to say what you'd like to say, or go on to another point.
I withdraw, and I raise the point that I taught ethics at university, and the PNM's actions today do not square
with the principles, the standard principles
Point of order,
ethics.
Madam Speaker. 48.1 and 6.
Member, again, I stand on 48.6.
And here we are today, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
All resulting because the government deemed that the process was flawed and ignored it. And Madam Speaker, I call on the PM, since I've constantly interrupted, I call on the PM to state whether he was the high office holder who intervened when the list was presented to the
Standing order
President.
48.6, 48.1.
Member for Naparima. Member for Naparima, you have complained about the number of times you've been interrupted, but you've been continuously breaching the standing orders, and I've had to intervene. So you have a few minutes left. If not, and I'm cautioning you to please be relevant and to desist from making those comments that impute improper motive. Okay?
So, Madam Speaker, my concluding statements are clearly in this Parliament. One of the problems we have that we end up with legislation, we end up with systems, we end up with procedures that are found to be flawed, that are found to be inadequate. And it is because...
Standing order 48.1, 55.1b.
Member, we're not dealing here with legislation. We're not dealing here with procedures. We're dealing with the notification. I rule on standing order 48.1. This is the last time.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is clear that the voices of the people of Naparima should not be heard. And I wish to make the point as I leave.
Member.
Yes, ma'am.
Member, I'm on my legs. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the statement and I leave.
Member for Naparima, please come back. I'm certain you don't mean that disrespect. I am certain you don't. Okay? And I ask you to apologize.
Madam Speaker, I apologize.
I ask you to apologize, and I ask you also to really appear sincere when you apologize.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. But Madam Speaker, I leave.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to respond to a few points raised by the member for Siparia, who joined this debate at its onset. And Madam Speaker, there were 2 points made by the members for Siparia which I cannot allow to remain on the record unchallenged. Because, Madam Speaker, it is clear to me that notwithstanding the facts of the situation, my colleagues from the other side have taken the decision to perpetually play the victim. That is quite all right, Madam Speaker, except when they choose to cloak that situation of playing the victim in the Constitution and our standing orders in particular, and claim that the Constitution is being breached by the government and they and their supporters are victims of such breach. Madam Speaker, you know and I know that our colleague from Superior is a senior counsel. And we're not here debating today how she got that accolade. But to come to the House today, Madam Speaker, in this debate, and spend a significant period of time telling the country, particularly the members from the constituency from which they come, that the chair in the House created an unusual development with respect to the order paper of the Parliament, where somehow the government put something in place to improperly influence this debate and the involvement of our colleagues on the other side. Madam Speaker, the member for Superior said that the way the motion appeared on the order paper is improper, and went on to say it was the first time that any such thing has happened in this House. It has never happened before, where a situation like this, particularly where there's more than one choice to be made. You have 5 persons to vote on. And we have so organized the debate that the opposition has no choice to select either or to choose 2 or 3 and not choose the others. That was the substance and the essence of the presentation of the member for Superior. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, senior counsel and member of this House for the longest while, appears to have a very convenient memory, because the member states that it never happened. Madam Speaker, that is not correct. I've checked, and in 2007, the Hansard will show that a question was put to the House, and let me just quote what it says on the Hansard. Be it resolved that the notification of the nomination of Mr. Christopher Thomas, Mr. Sina Jairam, Ms. Jacqueline Cheeseman, Pastor Clive Dutton, and Mr. Jiwan Singh. That was the resolution. All those names put in one package, put to the House. Question was put and agreed to. That happened in this Parliament and is on the Hansard. And therefore it is untrue, it is unbecoming of a senior counsel, a member of this House, a former Prime Minister, to come in here today and say that it has never happened before, where 5...
And I ask you to rule.
Prime Minister, continue.
Madam Speaker, I put that on the record so that statements made by the member for Superior to the public today will not go unchallenged, because it does not represent the record of Hansard. And I myself would be asking, why would the member want to do that? And I think I know the answer. The answer is to give the impression that something improper is happening in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. That has been the recent theme. All this talk about defending democracy and protecting constitution, it is based on a tissue of lies being fabricated, untruths being fabricated. Lies is withdrawn, untruths kept, fabricated to give the impression that something is going on wrong. Go to the Hansard of 2007, and interestingly enough, Madam Speaker, it was the member for Couva South at the time who was the last speaker before the matter wound up. Today we had the member for Couva South going in there just before we wind up and repeating the same thing that was said by the member for Superior. And I'm sure there are thousands of persons across the nation who would have heard the member for Superior say that and think it is true. It is not true. Madam Speaker, that what I just mentioned happened when a new commission was being put in place, and all the names were put in place. The member made reference to situations where notifications came, and they came on the order paper individually. Yes, Madam Speaker, that was also true. And the member went on to say that the House would have been asked for permission to treat it all together. Yes, Madam Speaker, but in those instances, they came as separate motions. The notification, the motions were separate, and the House was asked, since it's the same thing, let's do it all together. But in this case, Madam Speaker, as is the authority of the chair of the House, all 5 came on one motion, and therefore there was no need to put anything to the floor. It is a singular motion which will be voted on at the end of my presentation, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Siparia went on to give the impression and to state that the opposition has no way of saying nay or yea to any of the individuals. Madam Speaker, if they are properly led, they will know that at any point in the proceedings today, any member could have got up and put an amendment to the House to say nay to any of these 5 people as an amendment. And of course, that amendment would have been voted upon by the whole House. And that would have been the avenue for extracting any one of these 5 people. If they have a question, as they seem to, based on fact and substance, they have a responsibility as members of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to put that as an amendment if it is worthy of such a consideration. They choose not to, but they come here, Madam Speaker, to speculate and expect the House to take positions based on speculation, on I think so, it appears so, maybe so. And Madam Speaker, if given half an opportunity to scandalize people in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and that, Madam Speaker, we will have none of it. If you seriously had any concern with any of these persons worthy of the attention of the Parliament, you would have used the opportunity of an amendment to extract them, and Madam Speaker, the House would have had to vote on your concern. But no, you don't do that. You try to scandalize people on speculation. Madam Speaker, Section 41(10) of our standing order in this House, page 26. And again, I take it that the member for Siparia Senior Counsel, former Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, Attorney General would know that Section 41(10) comes under the heading, Separation of a Complicated Question. And this operation here today qualifies as a complicated question. You have 5 people to choose. You want to choose 1 and don't choose 4, or choose 4 and don't choose 1. You amend by putting it to the House with your concerns to go. Separation of complicated question. Standing order. Standing order under motions general rules. 41(10) says, the Speaker may order that a complicated question be divided. Authority of the Chair. And how does the Speaker do that? And how do you do that if you want to do that? Put an amendment. State an amendment. You didn't, not one of them did that, Madam Speaker, including our garrulous friend from Naparima, right? But you come in to bar talk the Parliament, bar talk the Chair, bar talk the Prime Minister, bar talk the government as though something is going wrong. Madam Speaker, absolutely nothing has gone wrong. Everything is according to the law and the standing orders. The only thing which is going wrong is the attitude of our colleagues on the other side. I saw one of them coming here today with 4 tires. I expected a fire in the road outside, because that is a strategy. Madam Speaker, they accuse the government of expecting us to come here and vote no and go home. Madam Speaker, we have done nothing to prevent them from standing and talking all night until they are out of time. We never ask any of them to vote no and go home. They are given the authority of the microphone to go there and take their allotted time and speak to the country. You saw, Madam Speaker, how they struggled because they promised the country and the media in particular that there'll be fire and brimstone here today. And of course, we saw the damn squib. Madam Speaker, to refer to the 5 names on the order paper as they are placed, as we placed it there in GRAP, Madam Speaker, that is not worthy of a response. And to say, Madam Speaker, that we have not come here with dispatch is again to misrepresent it. A big chunk of the presentation of my colleague from Siparia is that the Prime Minister said they will come with dispatch, and look at how long they take to come. Madam Speaker, the President did not send all these names on the same day. Some came on the 12th, one came on the 15th, one came on the 20th, and one came on the 29th of October. Madam Speaker, this motion was submitted as one question circulated since Wednesday, the 3rd of November. Today is the 10th of November, so therefore, Madam Speaker, we have come here as quickly as was reasonably expected. And whether the leader of government business or the Prime Minister went to Scotland has nothing to do with how this was dealt with in dispatch. It had to do with managing the affairs of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is what it was. It has nothing to do with the idle talk about golf in Scotland and suits and dinners. It just shows how shallow our colleagues and how idle our colleagues are on the other side. And we could deal with the Police Service Commission matter and the climate change matter in Scotland because we are the government of Trinidad and Tobago handling a number of horses on any course. So, Madam Speaker, I want you to dismiss that. That find its way into the Parliament again today. It wasn't sufficient to talk that unuseful, nonsensical statement outside. They bring it into the Parliament for debate and talking about heat in the Parliament. Madam Speaker, I won't take very long, except with all that has been said and the speculation that seems to be stuck in the craw of some of our colleagues, there were 2 interesting questions that have been in the public domain with respect to this issue. And I simply want to mention them. And they happen to have come from the office of the President of Trinidad and Tobago. And it would be worthy that the population pay attention to that, because you might get something out of it, you might learn something out of it, because we have got nothing and learned nothing out of the behavior and the outrage or so-called outrage that the opposition is trying to engender in this country. And this one question, number 1, is this. Should a commission be left in the dark if there is information that is pertinent to the commission's operations? And let me repeat that, Madam Speaker, for this House and for the population. And it came from no other person in this situation that's going on in the country. It came from your President in written form, published for the public to just think about. Not to start do all else that is being said and assumed and the concerns and the speculation. But there's a solid question here. Should a commission be left in the dark if there is pertinent information which is useful to the Commission's operations? I move on. The second question is, if the Commission is to be informed, by whom? And I want to add here today, Madam Speaker, by what process? And I move on. Madam Speaker, I will end by quoting from the Constitution, this document. For all those, especially my colleagues on the other side who appear not to be able to sleep at nights. I'm talking about page 98 of the Laws of Trinidad and Tobago, which is the Constitutional Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Page 98, where it deals with, which is section 1, 2, 3 of the Constitution, where it deals with the Police Service Commission. And it says, the Police Service Commission shall have the power to, and it lists a number of powers, And I want to go down to subsection 5, subsection section 7. Section 7 says, notwithstanding subsection 6, and to make sure you understand what I'm saying, subsection 6 talks about the Police Service Commission shall ask the Commissioner of Police every 6 months to submit a report. And the Commission shall have the power to call the Commissioner to produce documents. That's section 6. Section 7 says, notwithstanding subsection 6, the Police Service Commission may, on its own initiative, request a special report in from the Commissioner of Police at any time on any matter relating to the management of the police service, to which the Commissioner of Police shall respond in a timely manner. I want to repeat that for the benefit of the public who have been led down a rabbit hole through righteous indignation by persons who speculating and pretending they know something and they know something. And let me just mention, Madam Speaker, if I repeat it. I have been in the public service as a gazetted public officer since 1968. And I know of no post on the establishment of the management of Trinidad and Tobago called high government official. None. So all this talk about tongue-in-cheek and round the corner, high government official went and commit some offense somewhere and threatened the absolute poppycock. Let me repeat section 7 on page 98 of the Constitution under the section of the Police Service Commission. Notwithstanding subsection 6, the Police Service Commission may, on its own initiative, request a special report in from the Commissioner of Police at any time on any matter relating to the management of the police service. And I take that to mean that any Police Service Commission at any time could find out any information about the management of the police service any time. And that brings us back to the two questions the President asked. Should information be held from the Commission? Keep them in the dark? And if not, who should inform the Commission if such information exists? And on that basis, Madam Speaker, I end by saying, if I, as Prime Minister, find myself in a situation with information that is pertinent to any commission conducting its business, I will not hesitate to pass that information to the Commission. And on that basis, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Waiting on him to sit down. Honourable members, I have heard the contributions today, and certain members have raised a concern regarding the form of the motion and the question to be put being that of all the 5 notifications. Firstly, I want to say that the practice of this House has demonstrated that this matter can be debated as one motion. In fact, the nature of this matter is for the approval of the notifications to establish the Commission. And therefore, there's really one issue. In these circumstances, I considered the motion as filed to have been in order. However, having regard to the trend of the debate, even in the absence of any proposal for an amendment to the motion, I have determined that I will put the question separately in accordance with Standing Order 4110. And just for the guidance and recall of members, Standing Order 4110 reads as follows. The Speaker may order that a complicated question be divided. And therefore, the question on each nominee will now be put separately.
4110 speaks of complicated question, and Erskine May defines complicated to mean where there is more than one proposal within the bill or the motion, then the Speaker can intervene. I share my concern, and I'm entitled so to do. Madam Speaker, this motion has one proposal, one resolution. No. The
Member
proposal
for
is
Superior.
45 to be approved.
Member for Superior,
I am
could you?
objecting.
I'm
to
on
the
my
use of
legs.
4110.
I've heard
I'm
you.
objecting.
I've heard you. All right? So that, again,
Because you all did it wrong.
the question on each nominee will now be put separately. Be it resolved that a notification for the nomination of retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones as a member of the Police Service Commission be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. Now, again, members, as we know, all members are not here. We will take a 3-minute break to allow members to come in to the chamber to vote. So after 3 minutes, the vote will be commenced. Again, I remind, if a member has not come into the chamber by the time their place has been reached, they will be allowed to vote once the vote has not been announced. Peter? Whip? Okay, the division will commence.
Mr. Dial Singh?
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Alwari,
Aye.
Mr. Imbert,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Beckles,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Ms. Kojo,
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. McClatchy, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Richards, Mr. Manning, Mr. Leons, Mrs. Morris Julian, Mr. De Noverga, Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Monroe,
Aye.
Mr. Lee, Mrs. Prasad Visasa, Ms. Amin,
Is my mic on? No.
Mr. Charles, Dr. Munilal, Mr. Parry, Mr. Endar Singh, Dr. Bodo, Mr. Hossain,
No.
Mr. Padara,
No.
Ms. Haynes, Mr. Tanku, Ms. Mohit, Ms. Benjamin, Mr. Ramdali, Dr. Rai, Ragbir, Mr. Ram, Dr. Sitaram, Mr. Ratiram, Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 21 members voted for, 19 members voted against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, no abstention, the motion for the notification of retired Justice of Appeal Judith Jones is approved. The question is, be it resolved that the notification for the nomination of Ms. Maxine Atong as member of the Police Service Commission be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against?
Mr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Alwari?
Aye.
Mr. Imbert?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Beckles?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings? Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Ms. Kojo?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. McClatchy,
Yes.
Mr. Monroe,
Aye.
Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Manning, Mr. Leons, Mrs. Morris Julian, Mr. Dinaberger, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Prasad Visasa.
My mic is not on. No.
Ms. Amin,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mr. Parry,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh, Dr. Bodo,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Mr. Padarat,
No.
Ms. Haynes,
No.
Mr. Tanku,
No.
Ms. Mohit, Ms. Benjamin, Mr. Rambali, Dr. Ragbir, Mr. Ram, Dr. Sitaram, Mr. Ratiram, Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows: 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion that the notification for the nomination of Ms. Maxine Atong as a member for the Police Service Commission is approved. Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that a notification for the nomination of Mr. Ian Kevin Randami as a member of the Police Service Commission be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. I think the
Mr. Dial Singh? Yes. Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Alwari?
Aye.
Mr. Imbert? Yes. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Beckle?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Ms. Kojo?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy?
Yes.
Mr. Monroe?
Yes.
Mr. Scotland?
Aye.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Manning? Mr. Leon? Mrs. Morris Julian? Mr. Dinaberger? Mr. Lee?
No.
Mrs. Prasad Visasa?
No.
Ms. Amin?
No.
Dr. Munilal? No. Mr. Parry?
No.
Mr. Indar Singh?
No.
Dr. Bodo?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Mr. Padara?
No.
Mr. Charles? Ms. Haynes? No. Mr. Tanku?
No.
Ms. Mohit? Ms. Benjamin? Mr. Rambali? Dr. Ragbir? Mr. Ram? Dr. Sicharan? Mr. Ratiram? Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 21 members voted for, 19 members voted against. There were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion that the notification for the nomination of Mr. Ian Kevin Randani as a member of the Police Service Commission is approved. Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification for the nomination of Ms. Maxine King as a member of the Police Service Commission be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against?
Mr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Alwari? Mr. Imbut?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Beckles?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Ms. Kojo?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy?
Yes.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Manning? Mr. Leons? Mrs. Morris Julian? Mr. Dinobrega? Mr. Scotland?
Aye.
Mr. Monroe?
Aye.
Mr. Lee? Mrs. Prasad Bisasa?
No.
Ms. Amin?
No.
Mr. Charles?
No.
Dr. Munilal? No. Mr. Parry? No. Mr. Indar Singh?
No.
Dr. Bodo?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Mr. Kadara? Ms. Haynes?
No.
Mr. Tanku?
No.
Ms. Mohit? Ms. Benjamin? Mr. Rambali? Dr. Ragbir? Mr. Ram? Dr. Sicharan? Mr. Ratiram? Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against. There were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion that the notification for the nomination of Ms. Maxine King as a member for the Police Service Commission is approved. Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification for the nomination of Mr. Rajiv Prasad as a member of the Police Service Commission be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against?
You extol the virtues, anyone?
Mr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
1 minute, please. Take the vote in silence.
Mr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Alwari?
Aye.
Mr. Imbut?
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Beckles,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Ms. Kojo, Dr. Gatsby Dolly, Ms.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy, Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Richards, Mr. Manning, Mr. Leon,
Yes.
Mrs. Morris Julian, Mr. Dinobriga, Mr. Lee,
No.
Mrs. Prasad Visasa,
No.
Ms. Amin,
No.
Mr. Charles,
The process is flawed. No.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mr. Parry,
No.
Members, as the process has been interrupted, I'm going to restart the count with the opposition.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mrs. Prasad Visasa,
No.
Ms. Amin,
No.
Mr. Charles, Dr. Munilal,
You should start over.
Okay.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mr. Parry,
No.
Mr. Endar Singh,
No.
Dr. Bodo,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Mr. Padara,
No.
Ms. Haynes,
No.
Mr. Tanku,
No.
Ms. Mohit, Ms. Benjamin, Mr. Rambali, Dr. Ragbir, Mr. Ram, Dr. Sicharan, Mr. Ratiram,
Madam Speaker, just for the clarity of the Hansard, before the result is given to you, we on this side did not hear the vote for the member for Naparima.
Member for St. Joseph. Madam Clerk, please.
Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 21 members voted for, 18 members voted against, 1 member declined.
Honorable members on a division with 21 members voting for, 18 members voting against, and 1 abstention. Members, I am on my legs. The motion that the notification for the nomination of Mr. Rajiv Prasad as a member of the Police Service Commission be approved.
Madam Speaker. Speaker, I object. I want my vote to be recorded. No.
Honourable members, having regard to the protest by the member of Naparima, we shall commence the division once again.
Mr. Diyal Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Alwari?
Aye.
Mr. Imbert?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Beckles?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Ms. Kojo?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy?
Yes.
Mr. Monroe?
Yes.
Mr. Scotland?
Aye.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Manning? Mr. Leons? Mrs. Morris Julian? Mr. Dinabrigham? Mr. Lee?
No.
No.
Mrs. Basad Bisasa?
No.
Ms. Amin?
No.
Mr. Charles?
No.
Dr. Munilal?
No.
Can we have the vote in silence? Proceed.
Mr. Parry?
No.
Mr. Narsingh?
No.
Dr. Bodo?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Mr. Padara?
No.
Ms. Haynes?
No.
Mr. Tanku?
No.
Ms. Mohit? Ms. Benjamin? Mr. Rambali? Dr. Rakir?
No.
Mr. Ram? Dr. Sicharan? Mr. Ratiram? The result of the division is as follows: 21 members voted for, 19 members voted against. There was no abstention.
Honourable members, on a division with 21 members voting for, 19 members voting against, and no abstention, the motion on the notification for the nomination of Mr. Rajiv Prasad as a member of the Police Service Commission is approved. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 12th of November, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. On that day, it is the intention of the government to debate the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill and take it through all its stages.
Honourable members, before putting the question on the adjournment, there are two matters which qualify on the adjournment. I now call upon the member for Tabakit.
Only one minute?
Yeah.
Sure, definitely. So, members, again.
Thank you.
Me.
Honourable Member for Tabakit, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to raise this important matter on the adjournment here today. It is indeed my responsibility as a representative for the people of the Tabakit constituency to raise the inconsistent delivery of the most basic goods and services. In this case, I'm focusing on water and electricity services and the need to hold the ministry to account as the executing agency. This is one of the avenues available to me as an opposition MP, as I seek to represent the needs of not just my constituents, but an entire country that is saying that if you want to take credit...
Silence, silence please, members. Okay, members, right?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if you want to take credit for works done, you also have to take responsibility for when work is not done. It is important to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the Minister will be well aware, that the government agencies are responsible for the provision of these services, so that the people of this country, but in particular my focus on Tabakit constituency, are absolutely dependent on the government agencies for the provision of these services. A quick glance at the records of my office from the number of messages, including messages I received today, logs of calls from the office, there is a constant call and clamoring for a consistent water supply in the midst of a pandemic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The residents of Forest Park, Springvale, Grand Couver, Caratal, Montague Lands, Macaulay, Whiteland, Parforce, and other areas in Gasparillo have chronic water problems. And I really do mean chronic water problems. For the past year, I've been inundated with calls, messages. Sometimes there's no water supply for a month, 2 months. This weekend, in a neighborhood WhatsApp group from Grand Couver, I saw a video of the water that they got in Grand Couver. It was brown, not fit for human consumption. So in the first instance, you are beleaguered by an inconsistent water supply, and then when you do get water, you cannot use it. The residents have raised over and over that when you do get water, sometimes it is in the middle of the night, you have to get up and scramble to fill up tanks. Then when you do check your tanks, you have to then clean out the tanks because you have a problem with the quality of the water that you are receiving. Now I know, I can't exactly hear the crosstalk, but I am 100% sure those on that side have similar issues to raise and that their constituents would be wondering why their issues are not represented in the House of Representatives. So I would urge members to be very quiet. If you are not going to raise the issues facing your constituents, I will do so for my constituents. Now, while I can stand here and discuss an inconsistent water supply, you know what is very consistent, Mr. Deputy Speaker? The WASA bill. Extremely consistent. And so while on one hand you cannot receive the service, you are asked to pay for it religiously. It is an insult to the people of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I can stand here at the end of 2021 and talk about a village, Coruscant, who have had several meetings asking for a pipe-borne supply of water. There were water tanks placed in the community with the undertaking from WASA that the water tanks would be filled periodically and cleaned periodically. That has not been done. We have several areas that have requested over the past few years, a number since 2018, with requests for the electrification and street lighting program. And at a time when we are discussing the safety and security of the people of this country. Street lighting and well-lit streets are a very practical and sensible safety measure. And therefore, it should be part and parcel of the government's delivery program to ensure that these basic needs are met. Now, my intention here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to fulfill my role as a representative, but also to speak as a citizen, to say it is the responsibility of an executive to provide these services. It is my sincerest hope that the Minister sees the value of this motion and moves swiftly to bring relief to the citizens of this country. This is a human issue. It is beyond a political issue that we in this country, anybody on any side and any bench, could be discussing consistent water supply in 2021. That we could be discussing the fact that we have areas that are in complete darkness. That I would have to get calls while we were discussing devices and online learning, that there are areas without electricity, without electric poles, that we have been clamoring and asking for relief for these areas, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is my sincerest hope that the Minister will use his 10 minutes as best as possible to give timelines for delivery. As I conclude, we are oftentimes reminded about who is in charge and that the executive is in charge and they are responsible government because the buck stops with you. And therefore, when you speak to the people of this country, because in answering my motion, you'll be speaking to all of the people of this country, but in specific need, the questions to the people of Tabaquit, I'm asking that you do not come with excuses, but remember that it is time to get to work. And I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I wish to thank the member for Tabaquit for presenting me with an opportunity to speak on some targeted programs and solutions and interventions that I have started over a year to bring relief, water relief, electricity relief to the people not only in Tabaquit, the people all across Trinidad and Tobago. If my friend from Tabaquit was very much truthful, she would admit that perhaps what she's doing here today, if those things had been raised and dealt with over the last 10 to 15 years by her previous colleague, member for Tabaquit, that these matters would have been dealt with and dealt with efficiently. Oftentimes, members of the opposition bring matters and raise matters as though it is, and cast blame on the government. But oftentimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they represent the constant failure of the opposition to represent their constituency, and oftentimes blame the government for what ideally they should have been doing to represent their people. But I wish, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to sympathize with the citizens of Tabaquit and those areas who have been affected from time to time by poor water services, poor electricity services. And these matters, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are happening all over Trinidad and Tobago. Even in my constituency of Lupino, Borneo West, I have to deal with water interruptions. Even in constituencies all across St. Joseph and Tunapuna, even Pointe-a-Pierre. Every single constituency and every single community in Trinidad and Tobago, we often have to grapple with disruptions in our system, both in water and electricity. And I always say, as Minister of Public Utilities, that the issue of water and the issue of electricity ought not to be politicized because they affect every single constituency and every single citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me put some context. The Caroni water treatment plant, and those are some of the surface and groundwater sources that feed the constituency of Tabaquit. Caroni water treatment plant is a surface water source. The district it supplies is 52% of Gasparilla, 52% of the residents. The Freeport water treatment plant, groundwater source on Grand Couva, serves 23.8% of the citizens of Tabaquit, and the Navet water treatment plant via Tabaquit TCO, Alien Road, and Piparo boosters. It's a surface water source. The district supplied is Tabakit and Brickfield, serving 21.9% of the citizens of Tabakit. And in Guarcara Reservoir, surface water source, serving the area of Guarcara, 2.3% of the residents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am advised that over the last month or so, there are several disruptions affecting the constituency of Tabakit. And let me first itemize them. Because of these disruptions, WASA has undertaken repairs to the San Pedro booster station over the period October the 11th to the 21st. And the areas affected included the Rio Claro Tabakit Road up to Lampole 85 Jeffers Crossing. Repairs to a leaking 8-inch main at Farnham Village during the first week of November, and the areas affected included Farnham Village and environs. A ruptured 12-inch main at Tate Maru Road in Freeport, which was subsequently repaired, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and restored on the 28th of October 2021. And among the areas that were negatively affected, unfortunately, were Mayo Road, Indian Trail, Tortuga Road, Mayo Road and Point, Kokiak Trace, Ramdale Trace, Cedar Hill Road, and Cratal Road. Steps being taken by the Water and Sewage Authority to address some of these concerns, and these are ongoing. The installation of 513 meters of line along the Monroach Quarry Road in Williamsville. This has already been completed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the success of this project, the residents there already started experiencing an improvement in their water supply to the extent that there are a number of households which were outside of the water grid are now receiving water for the very first time. The rehabilitation and operationalization of wells in the Freeport Aquifer, which are a feeder for the Freeport Water Treatment Plant. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I became Minister of Public Utilities, I observed there are a number of wells in the Freeport well field that were responsible for providing water to the Freeport Water Treatment Plant, which is a significant portion of the Tabakit constituency. During a short period of time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 3 or 4 wells were brought back into production, producing over 1 million gallons of water more to the Freeport Water Treatment Plant. And because of that, over 23,000 citizens who were being affected by a poor water supply are now experiencing an improvement in their water supply. And we are not ending there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we have identified 3 more production wells in the Freeport well field, which we intend to bring into production over the next month or so, which will add an additional 1 million gallons of water to the Freeport community and including the 23,000 citizens. And I believe, and the Water and Sewage Authority is of the opinion, that once those production wells are brought into operation, feeding into the Freeport well field, over 23,000 citizens of the Tabakit constituency will see an improvement in their water supply. What do we intend to do over the next couple months? We will drill further wells. We are going to refurbish the Grand Couva booster. We are going to lay down some high leakage lines, replace some high leakage lines at Freeport Towards Road 18 to La Queza Junction. We are going to replace some raw water mains, high leakage raw water mains at La Queza Junction to bridge east of Mission Road and Freeport Towards Road. We are going to rehabilitate the Freeport Water Treatment Plant by the installation of a new lift pump sets, actuated filter valves, sedimentation basin valves, new backwash storage tanks, rehabilitation of the plant processes, and the instrumentation system at that plant, and the refurbishment and the integration of a full SCADA system and some other works which we believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will improve the water supply to the people of Tabakit. Mr. Speaker, how much more time do I have? 3 minutes. With respect to electricity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Tabakit 66 kilovolt substation is the main source of supply of electricity to the Tabaquite constituency, which is provided through 3 12 kilovolt feeders. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission has advised me that over the last 6 months, they have received 48 unplanned outages, and the main causes are as a result of vegetation, animal contact, vehicular accidents, and aged infrastructure in some regards. Over the last month or so, there were some planned outages which were geared towards undertaking routine maintenance at Coruscant Road, Maya Road insulator replacement, Mapipi Road, Sankara Road, Puna Village, Nariva Road, Allen Road, Brothers Road, Guaracara, Tabaquite Road, and Rio Claro. As a result of these interventions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, TNTEC has advised that there has been a marked reduction in interruption of electricity supply in the Tabaquite constituency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the financial challenges affecting both our utility companies, both WASA and TNTEC in difficult financial times, remain committed to providing the people of Tabaquite, the constituency of Tabaquite, and all constituencies across Trinidad and Tobago with a reliable water supply, with a reliable electricity supply. And in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to sincerely apologize to some of the citizens in Tabaquite who may have been affected by some of the disruptions in water and electricity. But on every single instance, both WASA and TNTEC have been on the job, stabilizing and improving the water supply. And as we do so for the constituency of Tabaquite, we will do so for every single constituency in difficult financial circumstances. And I wish to thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to thank the utility companies for the work that they continue to do across Trinidad and Tobago.
Honourable members, there are 2 other matters which, by agreement, have been deferred to the next sitting. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, 12 November 2021 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, 12 November 2021 at 1:30 p.m.